Okay, recording has also started for the final case. So, the time has finally come. Today, we'll unravel everything. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Are you okay, Miss Susato? Oh! Oh no! What's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? What's the matter? You threw me. Nothing? I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but... I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but I shan't let you down. Would you mind helping me to my feet then? Oh dear! I'm very sorry. I'm really very sorry. Well, I mean, I don't blame her. I mean, because what we found out, you know, last time about Iris possibly being her sibling. Like, what the heck? Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. But that's hardly surprising, I suppose. Yeah, well, we're same. She just found out her father is the partner of the world-famous detective. Not to mention... good morning, sir! Oh right! Fansies, I forgot about you. Sorry. I was so wrapped up in the whole Mikotoba being Sholmes' partner. I totally forgot that you're the one we're trying to defend here. Oh my god. Lord Fanziques. Thank you for all your thank you for all your efforts yesterday. What? Did I hear that correctly? Did he say thank you? What? Oh, no, nothing. Just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday. Lord Fanziques isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo. Good point. The Reaper. I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this. But you're not to blame for that, Lord Fanziques. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started... Oh, that was me. It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother. Oh. That having been slain by the evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod, to wield a deadly blade of justice where an eye, by dint of the law, could not. Yeah, we've heard that story too. When I lost him... Oh. I felt as though I lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wondered if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public. He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Fanziques. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. It's all that matters. I know you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond the shadow of a doubt in court today. Oh, I never thought I'd say this. I can't see it in your eyes, that burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. I can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Thank you. Now, tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Oh,
Ah, I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him clear his head.
why thank you.
Oh,
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. You seem different today, Iris.
oh,
Sort of subdued, I suppose?
I am not.
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Syed's laboratory.
Alright then, good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
Oh, you're not staying? I thought you wanted to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready for what?
Oh yeah. Would you
Oh, it's little Sherlock Bunny. It's Sherlock Bunny. What?
would you take this?
Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack?
Yeah, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
Hurley? It looks more like a Hairly. Hairly.
It's for some reason, if for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
What? Pull his ears?
That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
Oh my god. I've been told to tug its ears if I run out of options in the trial today. Don't tell me she's like hidden something in it. You think what we'll need is luck?
I just need to peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal.
Uh-oh. Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? What?
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and hadn't come home by the time I left this morning.
Oh, I see. Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Miss Susato? Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently, they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all. That's very concerning, what the hell? They? Father and Judge Jikoku, I mean. Judge Jikoku too? That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way to the inside of the courtroom at once.
Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie.
Yes, thanks, Iris.
And you too, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
Oh, I'm so glad.
You must go inside now, Lord Van Zeeks. So they didn't come back at all? What? Are they okay? Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku and then Sherlock. What? Oh wait, also, wait, hold on. Aww. Look at it, it's so cute. What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug its ears with all my might right now? I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right. To become a proper gentleman, you really must learn stoic patience. But I want to know! We can't look upskirt. Oh, it's so cute! It's so cute! Oh, bunny Sherlock! God, I'm so like I tried looking online before because Steam had the wallpaper with with the animal versions of the main cast, right? And I tried looking online for like I guess merchandise. I couldn't find anything. Oh, I'm at the point where I'm like, maybe I can try to make this myself because it's so cute. Oh. Okay, sorry, I'm distracted. Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another, in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asugi, who I trust more than anyone in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Oh my god. I don't know how long this trial is gonna be, but it doesn't seem like there's gonna be another investigation afterwards. 3rd of November, 9:30, Old Bailey Courtroom. And we're back. But, no one's here? Oh wait, no, there's still people here. The judge isn't here, though. It feels even more impressive here than it did yesterday. There are cold stares piercing me like knives from all sides today. Ah! Mr. Naruhodo, look! What? 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 Oh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Well. Hi, Lord Strongheart. Lord Strongheart? Kazuma must have known beforehand. Oh no. Why? Why? The judge's voice is one of the voices I can do easily. It's supposed to give me a break. I can't do Lord Strongheart's voice. I can do Strongheart, Kazuma, and Van Zieks in the same room. I didn't think it would end up like this. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. Hello, I am suffering because I can't do deep voices and there are too many men. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. I can talk. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all over the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. Be royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. Oh my god, he stands! And one over which I, male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. He has a unicorn staff. What? Since when was his staff a unicorn? With my My Little Pony unicorn staff, I will judge over this court. Oh, okay. The 6 jurors' flames just... As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Ooh. On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zieks. You are a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Damn, bro, like, you don't have to dig that deep. Sorry. I didn't know he was gonna use that as a gavel. What? Thank you for the head pats. Sorry, I didn't notice before. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session for the trial of Barak van Zieks, who officially stands accused of murder. There are no pigeons. Also, wow, he's standing up high. Counsels for the prosecution and defense. Are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday, maybe I should just give him whatever. Well, we can make fun of him a little bit, right? Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There is a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification, and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work, when in fact he wasn't. At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because, whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Siner's. He's recovered enough to give a staged assignment about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson, whilst investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim might have been killed one day earlier. This was based largely on the discovery of the victim's pocket watch, which had not been wounded. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asogi. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. Okay. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the 31st of October, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report. Sorry. Wow, I love coming full circle with the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. on the 1st of November. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying processes of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. Also, I thought judges were supposed to be impartial. How come... Never mind. Very well. The court will accept this new report as evidence. However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding these activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating the precise matter yesterday. What? I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. Hi, Gina. State your name and occupation for the court.
Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard.
A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again?
What's your problem, Odo? What's with that? Gina, again? Look, the boss meant the world to me. He'd done more to me than anyone else ever did.
Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean?
He got me out of the back of slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina.
Right. Out of all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes, no. What's relevant to today's proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. You're troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew! So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report.
Coming right up, sir.
Lord Strongheart knew. I feel like, Lord Strongheart just knows everything. I'm gonna be shocked if he has any shocked expression. Victim's movements.
All Yard detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it. According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled good dealings that day. Looks like it was a big drop and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there's witnesses what saw the Reaper at the place too.
Oh, the Reaper was also in his office? No, smuggled goods?
I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines, goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe. It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets? It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. No doubt Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked into involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place at this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentleman's club. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. Oh, that's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Eric Van Zeeks, was present. It would be very significant testimony, though.
Oh my, but Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all.
In short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. I strike my unicorn horn. Very well then. Counsel for the defense, please begin your cross-examination. Okay. All Yard detectives are supposed to go follow orders and investigate what they're told. Okay. So, you followed orders. So you follow orders, do you, Gina?
Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see?
Oh. I don't think you should admit that on the stand.
The boss always has special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub. That kind of thing.
So errands more than orders then. What, you're like an intern. This detective is still an apprentice after all.
Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit down and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss. That's why I've been doing me own investigations into what happened. I didn't find much at first. The little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it.
Yeah. So you went through Inspector Gregson's things?
Yep, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation.
I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative.
So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Cause if anyone at the yard has seen me going in there, they have told me straight out onto the street.
This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and her trusty assistant, Chief Inspector Toby. I found it hidden in one of his desk drawers that had a false bottom.
That's impressive.
So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me, so I could have a budget at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me. They'd have turfed me straight out onto the street. I've given it in now, though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it wouldn't never have been found.
Reading Gina's lines is so hard. According to that, Mouse is looking at some smuggled goods. Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place?
Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember. But I was hoping to find out the name of the club. That won't be necessary. What? It's conceivable that the club may be used to gain... that the club might be used again in the smuggler or by the smugglers in future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I've got to do is read it out.
Gina.
And I could too. I got this reading game buttoned up now.
Gina.
Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the harm?
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. What should I do? Insist? Where'd I kicks? This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. As I explained, I'm just gonna give him the other judge voice because I can't do this. As I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exerting caution, I imagine. No, my lord. The prosecution has no objection. Hell yeah, let's piss Strongheart off. Cosmo? There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive.
Right then. I get to show off my reading skills.
Okay.
Apparently the smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse.
The Grouse? What sort of a club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kinda curious.
They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently?
I'll tell you what. Me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover.
Could you, though? Could you, though?
I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out when I was in there.
I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. That's what the lower-ranking detectives at the yard reckon.
Says the even lower-ranking detective.
It's like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it.
So, how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case?
That's the question, ain't it? But I'm just an apprentice, so...
And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings?
Yeah, that's what I was asking myself, because, you know, I'm just an apprentice.
When it suits you, yes.
Anyway, the point is, something went on in that club, no question.
You can't say for that. You can't say that for certain, surely?
What matters most is there's witnesses that saw the Reaper at the place
Hold
too.
it!
Lord Van Zieks was at the club? He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. It looks like there is no disputing that he was there then.
Well, we know that Lord Van Zieks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook.
Which led him to the club, you mean? Maybe. Presumably then there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there? None have been identified at this time, no. Okay. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club.
Oi! Why aren't you asking Inspector Lestrade here, eh?
So that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she?
I really don't know what to make of all this.
Lord Van Zieks told us that he was investigating Inspector Gregson, but he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident.
You don't think Lord Van Zieks could have been lying to us, do you?
That's the only way to explain this.
Oh,
If everything Lord Van Zieks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere.
you mean there are details we've yet to uncover?
Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Does the club's name have something to do with the clue? The grouse. The grouse? I have never heard the grouse. Why is Gregson passport number within 1 week from... Maybe it has to do with the passport? Like, Gregson was supposed to go to the airport. Or an airport, I say. He was supposed to travel, right? On the 31st of October. Supposed to follow orders. No, so meetings. Apparently this was gonna happen during the press. Looks like it was a big job and coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is there was witnesses that saw the Reaper at the place too. I'm gonna save real quick because I don't know. I don't know. I don't think. The grouse. Oh boy. The Wi-Fi. The bad Wi-Fi hits. Okay, well I'm still trying to figure this out, so I don't know. I'll try to start streaming again after I figure this out. I think it might be the passport. Oh, oops. OBS? OBS? Okay. Okay. Well, the internet's back, but my brain is not. The ground.
Objection!
Okay, that's not it. That last statement seemed a little questionable to me. What do you think, my lord? I see no inconsistency there. Do you? You could span the Straits of Dover with those wide eyes, Cancel, and be gone from this island forever, I hope. Do you want me to fill the English Channel with tears?
I don't like.
Hold it!
Rouse.
Because I've never heard this name before.
Rouse.
I feel like I've looked at all the evidence too. The grouse? The grouse? What you mean? What you mean, grouse?
No search boss's office turned on no book. Okay, we look at in statements. So the first two are fine. Rouse. They dropped, the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most was witnesses saw the Reaper at the place too. Witnesses saw the Reaper. What? Oh, that doesn't. It's a big drop and all.
What?
Oh wait, that's not the right button. Oh, wait.
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket. The SS Grouse, first class cabin 001. Yokohama departure 11th September, London arrival 1st November.
That's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jigoku came on from Japan, isn't it?
Yes, I think it's called the Dunkirk at the north coast of France, blah 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 blah.
I think it's been almost a year since we've arrived at Dover on the SS Boreal.
It's a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of the trip, don't you think?
Okay, wait, this was all the same from before, but the ship's name is SS Grouse? So... Okay, so... Okay, so SS Grouse... Right, so... Yeah, so he would be boarding a ship to go to France, right? But maybe they got it confused with another gentleman's club.
Objection!
I've read about these clubs that exist here in Britain. Oh, right. LMAO. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Shut up, Cosmo. Look at you. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called the Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean, that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on the 31st of October may not have been a gentleman's club at all. Oh. Oh, hi, Coco. Thank you. What? Thank you for subscribing again. You really, like, I'm, like, you know, like, I appreciate, but, like, if you need to save money, you know, you don't have to keep... That's, but thank you. Man, the notification scared me for a sec. I forgot it was there. A month more than expected. Right, okay, sorry. Sorry, I'm like focused on a game right now. But yeah, S is grouse. So, enjoy it while you can. Please use all the emotes as much as you can. May not have been a gentleman's club at all. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Cancel. Yes, good. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. Let me see that. Stark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon the steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
So there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. What? There is? How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port? The ship arrived at the port of Dover on the 1st of November. Ah. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, 31st October, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. That would surely make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging.
Objection!
The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. Huh? Oh, with my unicorn horn! In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim is that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. Was investigating the SS Grouse? Investigating the SS Grouse on the 31st of October. I can only think of the passport. Okay, hang on. Let me... Safety save, safety save.
Take that!
Oh. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim? Dated 31st October. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there was a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Oh. Order! Order! This document is for the passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover, it docked on the northern coast of France for a night. Oh, right. They were talking about going to Paris.
According to my father, who was on board at the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, France. What could possibly have taken the victim there? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, in the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. But personally, I don't agree. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that's something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Hasuki? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it is my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. The Reaper? Causing this theme again. Order, order! What order are you saying, counsel? He's just gonna get the judge voice, I don't care anymore. The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine. By the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. So you're saying the mission he was undertaking was, obviously, an assassination. Eric Van Zieks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice. And you claim that it was Inspector Gregson.
What the hell are you saying, Nick? My boss would never have done nothing like that.
And yet, when you consider all the facts, it all makes perfect sense.
No, it can't be. We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zieks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. Eric Van Zieks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. Even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, the suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting your assertion, do you, Counsel? Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Shikoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm sure we would have heard something about it. What's so funny? And you're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on the board of the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night, with the intention of dispatching his mark. Or displacing his mark. Or whatever it is. Dispatching. I said it right the first time. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade.
What?
The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of the secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey.
You're lying. Even if all of them bludgers what got taken out had it coming. Even if all of them bludgers what got taken out had it coming. Boss weren't the Reaper. Poor Gina.
There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard rumors.
I heard nothing, and I don't believe a word of it.
Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss.
I don't.
I concur. The witness will now give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook.
Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years. Names of victims, dates and places and stuff, and the last entry there was the 31st of October. It said grouse for the place on the date, and then the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in the court 10 years ago or something. What? But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all.
Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here.
Oh, shut up.
This must be so hard for her. You can't deny now, surely, Rinosuke Naruhodo. Oh, my voice is not good. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark and location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read a name for the court. A name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on the 31st of October.
How do you read this then?
It was a Japanese name, right? Reading's still not her strong suit.
That ain't the problem, alright, Odo? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas.
Let me have a bash at it. Seshiro. Is it? Yeah, Seishiro. You maybe?
What? It's a judge. 'Cause, what was it? Before, in the thing 10 years ago, Mikotoba also mentioned that the Jikoku had I forgot, he broke the witness stand, I remember that, but he also said some bad things that got him kind of arrested, I think. Well, he was basically trying to defend Genshin Impact Asobi. What? It can't be Seishiro Jigoku?
But that's Judge Jigoku.
Seishiro Jigoku. Surely not an Englishman. An English name, you're right.
Objection!
But that can't be right. I know Judge Jigoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated.
As I said, the Reaper failed.
Oh.
Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark, and then returned to British shores. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake, so he killed the Inspector. Personally. The Reaper, of course, being the accused. Barrick Van Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument. Cosmo, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Oh. Van Zeeks. Oh, he has a chat. Whoa! Wait, I didn't realize he was gonna do this on the witness stand. Oh my god. Pray forgive the discourtesy of feeling my hallowed chalice while I stand accused of murder. Gina's like, what the fuck? Lord Van Zeeks! The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper, and that's the task this court has to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. That girl is no detective.
What? No, that's right, I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard. Reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned. Oh. Ah, shit. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony. What did you say?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance.
My lord, the defense requests the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Oh my god. Let me handle my unicorn staff. You know, Twilight Sparkle is my favorite pony. Very well, I will make an exception to grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination. Then allow me to toast to the court's impartiality. Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir. Counter for the defense. Begin the cross-examine immediately. Slap them cheeks. At once, my lord. The Reaper's notebook.
Yeah, this notebook does have a lot of stuff about what the Reapers have been up to these 10 years. There's the victims, prison, and stuff.
Okay. Added to it.
It's like grounds for the place on the date, and then the name of the mark. There's a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something.
Yeah.
Hold it!
What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Jigoku's no criminal.
Oh yeah, don't ask me! I know nothing about it.
Why?
Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the professor case, I'm sure.
Yes, of course, you're right. Yeah. Seijiro was trying to mitigate Genshin skills, so Ryujok didn't stand to testify. But he got a little carried away, and actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire for which he was charged. Yeah, that's what it is. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it, but I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? This is not new information, Yunosuke. It was considered to be an adjunct to the professor's proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for damage caused to the stand. There you have it. Have what? Surely the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule? That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court, guilty or innocent alike. What? Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindicative the Reaper is. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that? Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... Okay. Also, let me get to the beginning, because for some reason, I didn't realize, like, this was a new testimony. In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
Not you and all. That ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out.
If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way a person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you as his head, I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse. Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone.
Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook.
Fine. Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I?
Names of victims, dates and places, stuff, and last entries.
Okay. Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff? What in particular?
Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up.
What other name was that?
It's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again.
Oh, Shin. You mean Asa Shin?
Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, that isn't she?
Were you even listening yesterday? Asa Shin. The assassin.
What? Like a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you were saying. If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Oh, perhaps what it said on the passport document. Permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been... clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seisho Jigoku's life. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Rouse and Seisho Jigoku, what name was written?
Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, it happens.
What?
It just had like a question mark or something there. I think.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case. But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not?
Oh, how infuriating.
A nameless assassin?
Set grouse around the place of date and then the plan. Okay.
Hold it!
And you're saying that the mark listed was Seisho Jikoku?
That's what it said. Funny name, if you ask me. And I thought your name was odd.
So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jikoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. I remember the man. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart. That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say. So Lord Strongheart was Judge Jikoku's mentor. If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now.
10 years ago, after that fateful case.
Precisely. In the aftermath of the professor case, his repetition was organized immediately. It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook.
I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking. Right, I've just had about enough of this.
Oh, I pressed everything. Gina?
All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Odo.
Yes?
Why aren't you saying nothing? Why aren't you yelling out objection or something? What? You've got to find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here, no question. You gotta work out who it is. Please, for the boss.
I smacked my unicorn horn. Sorry. I can't get over that. That outburst was an insult to court in your own testimony. I might have known that a common pickpocket from backslums couldn't make a detective. Ooh, ow! Strongheart, what the fuck? With the trial over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
I've had it with the law, yo. It's lies every bleeding place you look in the world, isn't it? Well, I've had enough.
Gina. So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind.
To do what, Mr. Naruhodo?
There's one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just doesn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd.
Oh, do you mean...
I'm not gonna let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears.
Oh, Odo, help. You gotta find a flaw somewhere. Oh, Gina.
Hold it!
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve.
Eh?
What do you mean? Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency. What? An inconsistency?
Really, Odo?
I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by... Oh, wait, what? Hold up, I was not ready for this. My Susato Mikotova, okay. An inconsistency said by... Shit, I don't know. I mean, there's only so many people. A statement that seemed odd. What is repetition? Oh no, I'll just run through people. Look at all these people. Alright, let's say it's Strawheart.
Take that!
There was definitely something strange about it that didn't add up. The inconsistency is a statement made by this person.
Objection!
People can only be inconsistent in what they say if they actually testify. But in your case, you hadn't noticed. The person you're accusing isn't even in the stand. Ah! A French appears to be unable to respond to that replication. Any further obviously deliberate obstructions to these proceedings will not be tolerated in council. No, wait! It's not strictly true, is it? A person doesn't necessarily have to be in the stand to say something that doesn't add up in court.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm quite sure that you're just a step away from the right answer.
Just need to listen carefully to what people are saying again. That's what we have to work with. Oh.
It may help us that Lord Van Zieks is in the stand too.
Yes, perhaps. I'm sure Gina knows nothing she hasn't already told us. There's no point trying to get more out of her.
Did you notice how Kazuma-sama reacted to Lord Van Zieks' words?
When you call him an even more sinister Reaper, you mean? Well, I'm sure Kazuma intends to eliminate any shred of doubt that the man is guilty. He's looking for revenge against the person he considers to be his father's killer, after all.
I do worry that if we fail to find a discrepancy in this testimony somewhere, the trial may end and adjudication won't go in our favor. Let's listen carefully again to what everybody is saying.
Okay.
Hold it!
So, we need a criminal, don't know about it. Right, okay. Consider, okay. He was acquitted after being told to make represent. Okay. Hmm. Strawheart? Or not Strawheart. Van Zieks?
Take that!
Of course, by you, Lord Van Zieks. Me? What? Your face has turned ashen. How could he know? Is that what you're thinking? My face has turned ashen. It's because I'm thinking. How could he? I don't know where you're going with this, but maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court will clarify. Oh boy, I have no idea where I'm going. In our case, the defense will prevent evidence to substantiate his claim. To which piece of evidence does this alleged inconsistency relate? See, there's very vague about. No, I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm saving. They're very vague about what exactly it is because they're assuming you already know, but I don't know. Oh. This really is Ace Attorney, where you bluff your way through everything without knowing what the hell you're doing. I can feel it. No, it's not this. Alleged incon- What? Which one? What? For what? For what? Isn't it,
Take that!
Okay. No, it's not. Your feelings are correct. Presenting that evidence was a mistake. I suggest we withdraw it. Sorry? Good advice. Because you've turned decidedly ashen. Ah! I only hope the Reaper doesn't hold that against you. Ugh. Fingers crossed. Our turn this line of argument has run its course. I suggest you learn from your mistakes before you make a fertile one in the eyes of the Reaper. Ugh. I better listen very carefully to the testimony again. Okay, hang on. Let's just try to figure out what the hell. Okay. So I'm gonna have to go through it again. Alright. This notebook has a lot of stuff about what the Reaper's been up to the past 10 years. In other words, if Gregson is actually a Reaper, not you, no, not the others. What? Wait, no. What's if Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper? It's not the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating Reaper in secret, and the notebook was what he found out. If I may. When originally people began referring to me as Reaper, I didn't object. With the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. You carried out. Okay. Right? Yes. One arm of the Reaper. Arm. Right. So Reaper's organization. The US head. Thoughts. I had spies at the yard keeping me arrested. Blah blah blah. So video blah 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 blah. Okay. So scouts. Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club. Went there alone, but he wasn't there because it was the wrong thing. Okay. Because at the time, he was making his way. Okay. That's shown by his passport. Very well. Back to your testimony about the content of this book. Fine. Something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago. Oh, no, it's alright. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? What? Hang on. What was it? Okay. At the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on this northern coast, shown in the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. He's making his way to the steamship. Oh, wait. Making his way to shown by the passport. Let's have a look inside. Oh wait, I also just realized this thing on the side here. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk here. It's glinting. Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it. Well, don't cut yourself. You better leave it, I think. Is that... Don't tell me that's a sword. Look, there's something inside.
Oh, let's see. Appears to be a passport authorizing him to travel overseas. Was Inspector Gregson about to go on a trip abroad then? Perhaps the date of departure might tell us something that was? Oh, what is it? It's to travel on 31st October, just one day before the incident. What, really? Gregson went to France the day before his body was discovered. I thought we said that he was coming back from France, though. To travel to France the day body was discovered. Making his way to a steamship docked on the northern coast of France. I don't... Dude, okay, I'll go over and press everything again. Otherwise, it's the passport? Names of victims, places, and stuff in particular. Well, beside the other name, oh, the asset assassin. What other name was that? You mean assassin? Yeah, that's the one. You're the friend? No. Assassin. Assassin. What? Like, killer, you mean? Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and be okay. The person actually executing his plan was someone else, you were saying. If that's true, the Reaper does indeed start to sound like a worker. Then perhaps what was said on the passport document. Oh, plus one person. Really, the assassin who was meant to take Shisho's life. Gina, can you confirm that what name was written? Well, there's no name, it's just a question mark or something. In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin, but Gregson was the one making the plans. Oh, how infuriating. The name was Assassin? I don't think there's... I don't... what? Okay,
Hold it!
You're saying that the mark listed was Seisho Jikoku. So it said, funny name if you ask me, and I thought your name was on. Okay, Presiding Judge, okay, saying something, beauty young fellow is a very able man, I must say. But lost your heart, if I'm not mistaken, he returned 10 years ago. After that fateful case. Precisely. Aftermath Professor Case removed blah blah blah. Such a man would be listed in Inspector's Notebook. Anything was possible, but the moment here got even worse than this, I'm just gonna keep talking. Okay, and then this one. The only thing I can think of is the passport thing. The passport thing is just, I'm confused on it because I thought we had concluded that he came from, like he wasn't in the country. Right? Right? I don't know. Wait, no, my save is not that. Okay.
Hold it!
It says, okay, wait, actually, I want to try something, that'd be kind of stupid, but, I just want to see if it works or not, because it seems like there might be talking points for some, like, what if we present, I was like, oh yeah, it's
Take
Susato.
that!
Okay, no.
Objection!
They're just like, they're not even in the stand, yeah. Or if I present
Take
Gina,
that!
will it let me? Gina? Of course, what's that supposed to mean? Eh? Gina was in Naruhodo? Gina, really? What are you doing? I'm just curious to see what it says. Gina's the person giving testimony here, so if there are any inconsistencies, they can only have been introduced by her. don't know where you're going with this, but maybe the evidence you're obviously about to show the court will clarify. Okay, so I think it happens to... Okay, well, it's not Gina, so... Quit messing around! Just do the thing! Okay. It's probably the thing Cosmo said about the SS Grouse. Or, no, about him going to France or something?
Take that!
Are you Cosmo Asogi? Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, Counsel? Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip that you shouldn't have. Maybe that he knew about the passport then? Was he not supposed to have known? When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done. Very well then, Counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals the alleged inconsistency in present? The trunk?
Take that!
This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. The metal construction was certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain? And relatively fresh one too.
What? You mean that in grease from the boss's fish and chips?
Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There's no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Oh yeah, okay. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was discovered, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it.
Well, I found it. Me, with my nose for trouble.
Which means that nobody could have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed. Wait. 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 Are we saying that? Wait. Are we saying that Kazuma was the assassin that was supposed to go with Gregson? Huh? Okay, anyway, whatever. And yet, during this cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the password found in the victim's metal trunk. So, the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else could he have put his passport?
Objection!
But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Cosmo. On the 31st of October, where exactly were you? At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Cosmo, what did you... I hadn't considered a possibility before, but if Cosmo was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. No, Mr. Norhold, surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke. You know the rules. The only thing that really talks in courtroom is hard evidence. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So, as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma, are you challenging me to prove it beyond all reasonable doubt? That you were there that day? In the same place as the Inspector? He was there with Gregson? There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that the trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right. Yeah, because I was thinking the sword, right? Or that, like, the little blade thing. That's happening. Oh my god. On the side. And like, I mean, I'm pretty sure doesn't Van Zeeks also have a blade? But like, oh wait, maybe I don't have to check it again? It's this thing, like the little point of this slashed in the trunk, right? It definitely looks like a sword blade point, right? And it's like, okay, well, I mean, who here in this courtroom has two swords strapped to his body? Like, you know? You see that there's something inside it's glinting? Looks like a freaking in the middle. Okay. Well, I mean, we checked it. It didn't update the evidence. Whatever. Okay. Unicorn power. The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defendants will identify the court where in the trunk this alleged clue is to be found. Oh. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asagi to Inspector Gregson? So look inside. Look inside. Look inside. Look inside. Look inside. Look inside. Okay. We're here.
Got it!
Got it! There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here, like the tip of a blade. Eh? A blade? Kazuma, slung around your waist, as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom? For all to see. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asagi like a hawk. That won't be necessary. Oh no! The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of this sword, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed? Kazuma Asagi? Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you. And well deserved. Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asagi? Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So, the additional person authorized to travel was me. And our mission was to the assassination of the Mark. What? What? Yeah. Okay. You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me talk. Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I've killed no one. Explain. Accepted assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You're never going to do it. We can believe Kazuma-sama. I'm sure. Can we though, Susato? At this point, it's like, I don't know. I just don't. But
After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day.
yeah, but it was Gregson who's dead. You know, like I don't know. You know what? Whatever. Okay. They wouldn't make it Cosmo, right? No. We've had enough of like prosecutors suddenly becoming criminals in Ace Attorney games. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse, and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
He went to Judge Jigoku's cabin.
Exactly. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but... Train from London. Okay, well... I'm still confused on the whole in France, not in France thing, because they were saying, oh, the ship arrived 1st of November, and then, right? But the traveling was for the 31st of October, and they were like, no, that means that Gregson was in France before then, right? Or that's what they said. Did they say that? I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around the timing and the ship, but maybe my reading comprehension's bad. He wasn't there though. We decided to wait, but you've already told us that you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life, so I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. What? I spent that night at a boarding house in town, and returned to England the following morning. Okay, yeah, it is. Okay, that's how it is. Okay. A boarding house in Dunkirk? My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify. Then what became of Jigoku? Gregson was no assassin, so the mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met up with the Reaper in that room, on Fresno Street, to report the failure, causing the infuriating mastermind to pull the trigger and end his wretched agent's life. What? That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
But if you do nothing as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the Inspector's trunk? I don't need to answer that. What? The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I chose to exercise my right to silence on that matter. Redoubt is made, a court will sequester the sword as evidence. As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karuma. We must take immediate action now. To verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed. What? Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority. It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday. Yeah, right? How did you... When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise. You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed? The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. and he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you. Order! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now? Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
Oh no, not Judge Jigoku.
No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man who just arrived in the country. Except, that is, for the Reaper, wanting to finish off the mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago. I would have to agree. Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord?
I sincerely hope you are successful. If we are unable to confirm Mr. Jikoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties. Well, why us? What? Court is adjourned for 30 minutes. What? Dude. I've never felt so lost in a case, or in the trial.
Kazuma-sama, the Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare.
I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories.
I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Jigoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control.
What was that? The beginning of that, the music was really... Well, anyway. I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options.
Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear.
Oh, of course! The little Shomes doll that Iris gave us.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Perhaps now is the time. What should I do? Pull Harley's ears or not? Pull! I don't know. Here goes then. I'm gonna do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo.
No looking back. Heave! Ow!
That scream, it sounded like Mr. Shomes.
Mr. Shomes, where are you? He's in the bunny. Here, my dear fellow, here! It's the felt doll talking. Wait, what? Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can. Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Oh my god. What? Wait, so the little dolls are like what, walkie-talkies? Or not walkie-talkies, just like a phone? Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Mr. Shomes, where are you? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left over last night, after the final pieces of the cargo were loaded. How did that jump back to his ear? We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken the ship to France? Please, even with my athletic prowesses, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and I can't talk. We hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port in order to board this vessel in time. So, you mean you'd already worked it out? That the steamship was where everything really took place? Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Sherlock Sholmes. World famous great detective! Recited to perfection, well done!
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes. That's the only word for it.
Keep pulling. Ow, 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 ow! Mr. Sato, gently with the genius's ear, please!
Oh my, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes. Ah, there you are, Mikotoba. You may remember that it was, in fact, I who made the connection to the SS Grouse. At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook, I recalled my steamship ticket. But of course it was, my dear fellow. And not once did I controvert the fact. I merely had our port-bound companions under my name. Yes, you did, didn't you?
We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now. And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say.
Do not fret, please. It is for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. The little mouse is so cute. There it is.
Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful.
Until later, then.
Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first.
Ow, 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 ow! I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion. Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operate in that way in the first place, Mr. Sholmes? Why did these would I know? It's Hydra's invention, not mine. Do we get to move around as Mikotoba? Oh shit! Well, I know that how much you enjoy being a hero of the tour, Sholmes. We have but half that now, before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long. There are times, Mikotoba, where you make a surprising amount of sense. Oh my god. So, let us begin! Someone looks familiar. First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing at the front of the door is an angry-looking fellow. It looks very familiar. Oh, but he doesn't have, like, the stripes. Is he also Russian? Why are you loitering here? Who are you? Why, dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Shoot. Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Triton Stroganov when you see? Oh, is this his brother? Is his brother? Sholmes is like scrolled on his arm. Great detective? Huh, I don't think so. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Goodness me, is that a tattoo? That says Sholmes? I must say, whilst such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold. What are you talking about? Leave, now! How distressing! My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he is a shipman. face. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact. Oh, how can you know this? Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I'm sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see? We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigoku. There is no one listed as this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage. Oh, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about the emergency, I think. What? Are you sure? So, Seishiro has realized that we're after him, has he? His cabin is the one behind you. We would like to investigate, please. No! I have orders not to let even mouse inside. I don't know what accents anymore. I don't know what are accents anymore. I don't know. I just don't know. Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Make up some excuse so he leaves the area. Those are great detectives to see. That even sailors have ears, both left and right. Right. Curses! The plan is ruined! And you have only yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes. Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I'm not here, you cannot get inside. Mikotoba? I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Help me any luck? Within a mere 5 seconds. So, if you'd be so kind as to phone me the requisite time, old friend, I am in your typically accommodating manner. How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? Damn, Mikotoba was so sassy. So, I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I? Good man, so, the game is afoot. Oh my god. This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow. Hold on. No, I think not. That would never work, surely. I need to concoct another distraction. He's like a Temple Guardian statue, this fellow. The way he's glaring at us so fiercely. Tell me, why are you standing guard here if the cabin is unoccupied? Because because this area is only for first-class passenger. We must look out for a suspicious criminal. He was looking straight at me when he said that. My dear fellow, as you can plainly see, we are quite unsuspicious as criminals go. But still criminal. No, for goodness, Sholmes. Tell the man we're neither suspicious nor criminals. Ah yes, quite right, Mikotoba. Curses, this demon's far too able for his own good. Be extremely careful in what you say. One of us ought to be, yes. Okay, this mousetrap. Try it. Yep. Choo choo! That sounds like Big Mouth and Trap. Choo choo! I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. I don't like the sound of that. In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound. Oh, really, Miss Sholmes? Pray tell, what sound do Russian mice make? PP, naturally. Though also quite unconvincing, I readily admit. So, go ahead, Mikotoba, do PP this time. No thank you, I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution. Let's pull the alarm. This would appear to be an alarm bell. All hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it. Set it off! Here goes then. Pardon me in advance. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling. You! What are you doing? If you're Vaxi, that would be a very bad problem. What's going on down there? Seaman's drawn up! Report at once! Sorry, sir. Nothing to report. It was just stupid trick. No, not by me. By world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now! Done. Not even 5 seconds, eh? Don't stand there gawping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go. Oh, yes. Oh boy. SS Grouse first class cabin number 2. Good gracious. It would appear that occupant of the cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. His clothes on the floor there. They're Seishiro's without question. I'd recognize that senseless fashion style anywhere. No, I'm kidding. But it seems we are just a little too late. Yes, by about 2 hours. Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here. But that burly crewman might return at any moment, Sholmes. Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. I lost my voice. Okay. Oh boy, I don't know how long I can keep this up. According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Nasuke's wardrobe. Indeed it was, and it was of similar size to this one. Ah, you must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow. Whatever for? It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment. Really, Sholmes, surely you can tell me what you just said. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murder. I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Quite exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it... Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off. Ice, Mikotoba, ice. What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy. It's chilled drinks. Pardon? Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think? Well, it is a luxury liner after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world. Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. What? I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know. What the hell? Here's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stompered by some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose. Or, indeed, say that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere. Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think? Either that, or... could be to prevent snakes from entering. It's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it? The rules? These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are several punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases. I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination. What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you? You may be right. Probably just imagination though. A rifle. You know what I always say, Mikotopa. There is nothing important about trifles. It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off. My voice is becoming more and more of a weird. This is the waste paper basket, look. And there's still rubbish inside. Indeed? Then let us pry. I've discovered recently that I have a penchant for exploring the contents of other people's waste paper baskets. I sincerely hope only for your work. Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. 3 days ago? The night before we arrived in London, then. When I was still aboard myself. Evacuation drill notice. Following departure, all crew members are... Whoa, I can't read that fast. Ah yes, there is an evacuation drill. I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew. So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once. Hey, if I look at the court record, is it gonna... Oh, I can't. That's a very sizable trunk indeed. Stage is partial to all things large. And a rather clumsy fellow, as he failed to notice he left that behind. Perhaps he left it on purpose. It's larger than you might think, but it's still a hindrance to a speedy escape. Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside. Surely 5 seconds from now the situation would be quite different though? Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in the moist enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Like 7 digits? Wow, that's a really secure box. There's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown. Momohiki, work trousers, a Tanzen robe, harem-making waistband, clearly the clothing of a Japanese man. And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe. Looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something... They've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry. Indeed. You could help yourself. You could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you made mention of packing too few. I'm very likely to drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think. Or just wear the same suit every day. Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on long sea travels. I found a mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say. Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Ventures of Sherlock Holmes, my dear fellows. I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible. I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me. You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you? This thing. The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see? Indeed. What you have observed arises when the frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Perhaps your friend is an art thief. Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure. He may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France galleries of late. I think perhaps we should focus on attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you? That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of similar shape and size elsewhere. Bro. You are still here? Ah, able Seaman Stroganoff. Hello again. I was beginning to think you never materialized. You are waiting for me. Of course. I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. I was in trouble with Captain because of the trick you played before. Poor innocent Chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off, now. Of course. Shall we disembark presently, my dear fellow? Oh, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there's something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally, the debunking of your deceit and the bearing of the truth. Oh, Kakoi? What? I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jikoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov, you know exactly where the man is, even as we speak, don't you? How can you? Good gracious, Sholmes, you mean you've worked it out? All of it? It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance? My inimitable logic and reasoning. Nothing would please me more. Are they really doing this? I thought we were in the trial section, guys. Okay. What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Whoa! Time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jigoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said! Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that is quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please, do take the lead. What is in this cabin that shows the impossibility of I can't read. Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes. Not 3. Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in the cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe, and the answers will all become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Wait, so what was it? What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jigoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? Oh. The trunk?
Take that!
No! Mikotoba, no games now were my words, were they not? I'm sorry, Sholmes, I'm very stupid. Okay, hang on, give me a second. Come, Sholmes, where's the fun in life without a little fooling around, Quite right you are! That was a close shave. I better rethink that one before I'm the fool here. Okay. Jigo didn't vote 2 hours ago. That was a lie, wasn't it? Of course it was. And I had hoped you would be quicker to point out why. Otherwise, the evidence itself may melt away before our very eyes. Oh, the ice. Oh. Of course, right. Duh. Whoa, what the? Whoa, Mikotoba! Oh my god! Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice should have shouldn't have melted despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. Ah! It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand. Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes. One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganov? But why would Seishiro run from us? Before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jigoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? Ah, that's right. Yes, they are. You hear Sherlock's theme in the background. Yeah, but it's like, you know, remixed. Whoa. I was in the cabin next door, and Seishiro was, yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage. As I suspected. For you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. What traces? I know nothing about this. Oh, this is news to you, isn't it, Mr. Stroganov? Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at? As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. Something out of place in here. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. I can do it. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here. Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. Is it this thing being moved to cover something on the wall?
Take that!
Yay! Ooh. Whoa! It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry. Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here, the shape and size of a perfect match. Duh! You are right! Vended frame move! Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganov? I would think that your captain? I would think that your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Grrr! Oh dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve. So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Ta-da! Ah! That looks like a bullet hole. What? Who had been shooting balls? Oh, I see. The projectile had been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mrs. Stroganov? Ugh! I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern stranger? Oh, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good. Ugh! I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by... I don't really know how to approach this one, Sholmes. Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study a subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure you'll see it. In fact, I put a wager on it. His shirt is too small. Yes, it is. I don't know why they did that, but we get a little bit of belly, which is interesting. So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that. It's clearly shown. You've been told to keep this as pretense. Chunky arms. Scarf. Ah! Wad of banknotes!
Take that!
Yes, it's fan service. Whoa! It's almost too obvious for words. Quite the universal language of the world. Money. Ah! I wager that Eastern fellow in question is Seisho Jigoku. Yes? Good. So I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But... I believe you know, Mr. Stroganoff. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally. Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink, the what now? In this burly fellow's armor. We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible. You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious. We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. Tapping toes. Large. He's in the trunk, right?
Take that!
Hell yeah. You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you? Oh! The truth is, Seishio Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time, and is, at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk. If he still has breath to take, I fear he may be running. If he still has breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible. But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock? We don't even know the 7-digit code. Don't tell me it's his arm. Don't tell me it's Sholmes. Oh my god. Bro. The combination lock can't... sorry there. The combination lock can't be opened from the inside of the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. Of course! In short, before Jigoku hid himself inside the trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganoff. No, I knew nothing about combination code. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman. Huh? Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? Oh wait, I can't wait. Holy shit, Sholmes written that way does actually make up numbers. No way, what the hell? How on earth do you expect me? It's a 7-digit number, remember? Quickly now, we have little time. Am I supposed to actually remember this? 5... Oh wait. I thought it was a 6, but it's actually backwards. Wait, hold on. Oh, review scene. Okay, good. Oh, okay. It's backwards, right? Or am I supposed to read it like not backwards? 5, 6? Or is it 9? 5631045. 5631045. 5. Oh wait, there's no 6. Oh, then it's just 0 then. 5031045. 3 1 0 4 5 50301 5031045. 5031045. Okay.
Take that!
Damn it! No, it's refusing to open. Tell me, what number did you use? Well, to begin with, I thought I'd try my birthday. Okay, hold on. Okay. I should be able to get it though. Come on. Your birthday? Interesting. Since, as of today, with that absurd guesswork, you're dead to me. Oh my god. As measured as ever in response, Sholmes. Then am I reading that the wrong way? Am I supposed to read it? If you would only look in the right place, Mikotoba, the answer would be staring you in the face. The right place. But if you're having a spot of bother, I always find standing on my head aids the cognitive process. Yeah, that's what. What? He says standing on your. So it is backwards. Give me a hot minute. 5. Is this not a? Wait, no, it's a 2. It's a 2. It's a 2. Okay. 5231045. Okay, that's what I was confused because the weird shape of a 6. Okay, 2. Got you. Right. Like this. Ah, okay. Oh my god. Click. That did it. It's open. You had to meddle, didn't you? Oh my god. Well, Eugen, you found me now. Seishiro. I was really hoping beyond doubt not to find you here, you know? Well, you're not entirely surprised, I take it. No, quite. I just wish it was some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me? Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion. The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion. Who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. I see my reputation precedes me at well. What an honor! Well, Seishiro, are you gonna explain all this? You know it all now. You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here in this very ship. By the Reaper of the Bailey. Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when. It became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again. So I decided to flee the capital without saying a word to me about it. I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you. Somewhat surprising, I must say. What is? Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available. So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion. The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket. Then became country. So I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you've already purchased your return ticket before you even docked in Dover, have you? To prevent anyone else from taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it? Eugene, I have nothing to say to you. Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once. You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Sadrio. Take it. What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. Oh shit. You came prepared then, Eugene. Come on, let's go. One moment. What is it, Sholmes? Inside Mr. Jigoku's truck. I found this rather fascinating trinket. What is that? Seishiro? Oh, I can't help you. I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what? I have no idea. What is that? What is that? A little ring? A nipple ring? By the looks on his face, I think he generally doesn't know. Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir for a brief sojourn in France. So they're still in France right now, right? Small machine part that Mr. Sholmes found. Okay. Well, young Naruto, well, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid. The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant. Third of November, 12:10 p.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Kazuma Asogi. I know you, and I know you wouldn't lie, but still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. During the past 30 minutes, while this court was adjourned, all possible efforts were expended. But sadly, Mr. Jigoku's whereabouts cannot be ascertained. We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. But he was in court the entire time. Right? Or, you know, I mean, the whole thing is like, oh, but he has assassins. He's just like the person who commands them all. Yeah, right. There's no sense in wasting any more time of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection!
No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. There can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony? Far from it. There's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Who on earth is this crucial witness? Seishiro Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him? the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
He was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Herlock Sholmes' famous deductions.
Yeah, this guy. Yeah, we're in the final round now with him here and the judge. Herlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death, because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. Which means that Seisho Jigoku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point.
The prosecution concurs. Court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony.
Yeah, he has a unicorn crab.
No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered.
Oh my god. In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will reconvene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side?
No, my lord. No objections, my lord. We live to fight another day.
By the skin of our teeth. To be continued, I guess. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, cool. So there is gonna be an investigation then? I thought they set everything up. They're like, this is it, the last trial, right? Maybe there's, I don't know, or it's just gonna go to trial part 2. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. No, it's investigation! Ayo!
An unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street.
Whoa! What the hell is this? Food on the table? Looks like someone could pay the rent. We have returned, my dear fellows!
Come back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help.
Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I, no?
You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier.
So this prosecutor, Asoki, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say?
Well, he's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore.
Kazuma's changed.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertained the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin.
Yeah, that part makes no sense at all. Why would he agree to that? Because, especially since, doesn't Kazuma, like, hate the Reaper? I don't know. I'm so confused. Okay, well... well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only met the young man as a corpse. And all this started almost a year ago now.
Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie.
Yeah, I think that's what this is leading up to. Now then, I must say, I'm really quite a journey from all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes. So, what news of Judge Jigoku?
We took him to Scotland Yard. Investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikotoba. This must be quite a shock for him.
Yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put it upon you with the matter of only yesterday. You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already?
What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait till later. I'm far too hungry for involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper's ready. I can't talk. Supper's ready, everyone.
Oh, and what a feast it is! If I was none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. The place appears to be the only one set for it, with a helping pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yeah, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
No, she doesn't. Well, actually, there's been a really, really weird thing that happened. So basically... Okay. So in the trunk, Iris is like, yeah, these are all papers by my dad, right? But all the papers, they never had a name on them, right? She just knew that the papers were written by her dad because that's what Sherlock told her, right? And then later on, we went to the coroner's office again to find the autopsy done on Clint Van Zieks. Where is it? Here. Clint Van Zieks, right? And then, so Iris saw the autopsy report and she recognized the handwriting. She's like, hey, this is my dad's handwriting because I looked through the trunk and all the handwriting is the same, right? And then, so on the report, right, it's signed, oh, John H. Wilson. But the thing is, the person who actually writes the report isn't John H. Wilson. The only thing John H. Wilson wrote on here was his signature. The actual report was written by Professor Mikotoba, which means that Professor Mikotoba was also the one who wrote all the things inside the chest in the middle there, and Professor Mikotoba is also Sherlock Holmes' partner the entire time. And it's not been clearly explained yet, but I think Sholmes kind of said that it would be right to say that Mikotoba is also Iris's dad. I don't know. I'm so confused on that part. I have no idea. It's like what the hell are you? What? I don't know. Like, I hope that cleared that up and they're just not like, yeah, anyway, glossing over family drama. Like, what? Oh man. Anyway, yeah, so my mind is fucked. For me!
That's right, I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. That's terribly kind of you.
It's...
Mom, I just couldn't tell the difference. Oh my god.
It's a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Okay, great, cool, we're gonna talk about this now.
Oh,
Iris, do you mean?
yeah, I know now. I overheard yesterday.
Oh, she overheard. Oh, never mind, maybe she does know.
I actually listened. I secretly listened in to the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I left.
What? What? Oh my god. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But actually, it turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Migotoba are Iris's father. Oh, wait. Okay, so she was was she adopted? Was that the case? Then yes, about that, Iris. You know,
I know, you can tell me at the moment. Oh, Iris. The pheasant is by way of apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. Never mind. Then Iris's origins are still unknown. Okay, alright, well, I'm glad I'm still confused. Oh no, that's quite alright. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? True father's Shums. Mostly joking, but maybe. I don't know. But like, I mean, in terms of, like, Shums is basically the one that raised her, so he might as well be, right? So just, who is Iris's father? I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasant-less plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. It all looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There's always seconds.
This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan, and about Cosmo. I can't let this opportunity slip away. Question time. Wait. Why is he sitting like that? That must be a really uncomfortable way of sitting, right? It's actually dark outside. Mr. Shums, what are you doing? Casual shows. Oh, surely it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father for you for far longer. Mr. Sholmes? Could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I'd find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. No doubt. You're hungry to learn more of my deep love for game. What? A pheasant? I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. You needn't look at me in that fashion. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Okay. Hey, look at my armband. Mr. Sholmes, mind you looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant. Anyone would think that you hadn't eaten in weeks. I mean, he did have a time where he was unable to pay the rent, so... Telegram from Japan! So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan, then? Ah, this! I think my lucky stars had arrived in time. Record found as I indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asoki, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact list before. The Morse code. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. what appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking a monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi A. Shin, T. Gregson J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan. So, why are the names coming up again now?
Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. We love it when things come full circle. Enter Judge Jikoku's office, undetective, and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. What? Was the Naruhodo in the court, or is it... Oh, wait, hold on. The message I had wired yesterday. So the message that Sholmes sent yesterday was to go into Judge Jikoku's office and find the 4 names. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, I got it. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature.
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an horrendous task for you?
And in my name? I wonder what guys he opted for this time. Why, dear fellows? It was a matter of great urgency, you understand? Anyway, a list of names was found in Seicho's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was to Judge Jigoku?
It was sent to Judge Jigoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. But Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Telegram from Inspector Hosonaga in Japan, with details of the telegram he managed to locate by stealing into Judge Shikoku's office. Okay. So... record found as indicated, duplicate follows. Okay. Oh right, there's also this thing I didn't get a chance to read fully. Practice evacuation to be carried out by the crew of this the night before the ship arrived in Dover. Following departure, all crew members would be required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. Oh, okay, so the crew would be gone for that moment in time. Ah, gotcha. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Boreal. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
The ballerina should be still charged. So, you wanted to stop the study tour from happening? Not precisely, Mr. Soto. And then, I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh my, you mean...
The arrangements between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, why arranging for somebody else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi? I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was in the aid of stopping Kazuma from coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? Turns on the study tour where... Yeah, so... Right, Sholmes was the one who was like, yeah, you can go. Instead, in light of Mr. Asagi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely?
But there's no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
Voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me? I'm often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. Friend, in quotation marks, I knew what was happening. I don't believe it. 40 chess. Yeah. And, like, the thing is, because obviously the actual murder was an accident. Like, he didn't know that was gonna happen, but he used that for this plan. I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived, I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. Mistakenly? What do you suppose became of her?
Oh. Oh, wait. Yeah, she was charged for murder, not just... Oh. Naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything, and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Miss Susato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. Wonder if she made it to America then. Yeah, okay.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see?
Oh.
An omen that, at this very moment in time, is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? I need to find out what exactly Mr. Sholmes knows. What? Huh? Am I just losing brain cells? Wait, hold on. Omen. An event regarded as potential portent of good or evil. Like, it's like a prophecy. Omen. Oh, what? Yeah. I have to probably present something. Very tangible omen of the impending tragedy. 12 months ago. So that was, well, I mean, that's kind of like right before we came in, right? What? What? The Red-Headed League? No. Just kidding. It's gotta be something in here, right? Examining stuff, there's nothing... No. Right? Right? Hold on, let me just double check. Yeah, this is all... Okay, this is all others. Okay. There's a lot of stuff. This case has basically been going on for 2 chapters. Like, the first... Like, chapter 4 was the start of this case, and then chapter 5 just kind of continued it. Like, it's not a new case in chapter 5. Okay, it's not that. An omen. An omen? Iris's lucky charm. Karma. There's no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that that's where the list of names would be found. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Yeah. But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now, and only because they appeared as a part of the top-secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes. At the time, you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan. Around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because, after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications. Okay. You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details. What you should know. No secret is safe from Sherlock Sholmes, when he has designs on knowing it.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line! Also highly illegal!
Now, 1 month after the list of 4 names was wired to the recipient Jigoku in Japan, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. As soon as I learned of that incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. Yeah, because everyone on that list has died. Well, I mean, Cosmo's still alive now, but he was dead, you know? So... Oh. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. Okay, continue on. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partially correct, and partially mistaken. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
The 4 names. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names, because, you see, there is someone else on the list, who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. I can't talk anymore. In actual fact, Miss Asa Shin. Sholmes has not been a witness in any case. He's been pretty outside of the courtroom. Like he mainly appears during investigation plays. Like he's sometimes there in court, but most of the times he's not. And I think they were saying it's because he can't wake up in the mornings when the trial takes place. So he Miss Asa Shin. That was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. Yeah. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. And accordingly, I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list.
Ah, K. Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. Ah, so that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Exactly.
So, you already knew who Kazuma-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
Oh yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh, Iris.
I know he wasn't my dad, but still. That's very sad. I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but we just couldn't bring it ourselves to tell you. No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Ah, yes. You mean about Asa Shin, I presume.
Oh, of course.
Exactly, she wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of the fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. Oh. Yeah, he did kind of yell about it.
Ah,
And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding these 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? Topsy hypothesis? What do you mean when you say that your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be names of victims. However, I was mistaken. Very much so. Asa Shin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it? Indeed. And it would seem that Miss Shin was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status was merely a front. Right, we did learn that.
which would of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Asa Shin is because he was the target of assassination. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you that there is among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student? Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma? Oh, he did say in court earlier today. Yes, on the 31st of October, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk. Wait. Huh? What? What, so they're saying like this whole visiting student guys is supposed to actually mean there's like becoming assassins? Like what's happening? What? In order to carry out the mission. And the mission was the assassination of the Mark. Young Mr. Asuki accepted that mission a year ago now. A year ago?
Surely not.
In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. An assassin exchange? Yeah. He wanted Kazuma to assassinate someone, right? But, wait. What? How could Kazuma possibly have gotten involved in something like that? But wait, but if that's the case, wouldn't that make Kazuma Gregson's killer? But dude, I sincerely hope that's not the case, but oh my god, I'm gonna be so sad if it is. Cause I don't. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, assassin exchange. I'm not. Let's assume that we have two parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. Those two parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would mean an assassin exchange. Yeah. Okay.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan, where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target. It certainly does sound like an exchange.
Yeah, but why, right? But what on earth is the point? Yeah. Wow, thanks Ryunosuke, please tell us. Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Yeah, the only thing I can think of is to avoid the whole legal ramification. Like, yeah. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction. Oh, yes. Such jurisdiction will be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our two countries. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels. What? Oh, my brain is too slow. Okay, so they can escape conviction thanks to whatever consular jurisdiction. Right, but now the jurisdiction is null and void under the terms of the new treaty. So the fact that it was brought into play suggests intervention at the highest levels. These murders were two sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but a contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That dissociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot. Disassociation. Yeah. Which is John H. Wilson and Tobias Gregson, right? And the safeguard for safeguard of diplomatic immunity. Right, so they could kill the two, but then the killers wouldn't have any repercussions because they were in a different country. But wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asumi's target was actually Inspector Gregson. What? Kazuma was here for Gregson. So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Which gives me a terrible, terrible feeling. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Brain blast moment. Brain died, yeah, it blasted and now all pieces of brain are over the walls and I'm so confused. Okay. Right, so you wanted him to leave Britain, right? Obviously with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition. That he'd be transferring to Paris Police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. And sadly, it turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in.
Alright, everyone, that's quite enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it, Hurley? I mean, look at the time.
Ah, quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. No, because the killing exchange was arranged before we even got to Britain. Like, yeah, like the telegram was sent while Kazuma and everyone, you know, was still in Japan. Right, so it was arranged, basically, it had to have been arranged before Giselle Brett killed John H. Wilson, right? So after Giselle killed John H. Wilson, Kazuma was supposed to go to Japan and kill Gregson, right? But because I don't know, now things just get confusing. Because I really don't think Kazuma would have killed Gregson. Well, I mean, first of all, because he has a sword, not a gun. But other than that, the decision to kill Gregson is probably years old. Yeah, because Gregson is very likely the kind of basically like the Reaper. He's the head of the Reaper quote organization, right? He works with the assassins to get rid of whatever. Yeah. Right, so I'm assuming that the British government wanted Gregson gone. I think. Yeah. Right? But because I don't know. Cause like Kazuma came here. He kept saying that he has like this like motive to come here. This whatever thing he has to fulfill. His mission. Yeah, that's what they called it. Right. And now I'm confused on what the mission is exactly, because was he referring to killing Gregson, or was he referring to learning about the truth about his father's dying? And when we talked to him, he was saying, oh yeah, I came here to figure out why the heck my dad died, you know? And up until this point, it kind of seemed like that was how it was going to be, right? All his actions kind of point to that. He was trying to figure out the truth behind his dad's, that whole case, right? That's true. Oh, wait. Maybe Japan wanted Gregson dead. But I can't think of a reason why they would kill Wilson, though. Damn it, Sholmes. Why is it so confusing? Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember, in more ways than one.
It is a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then Susie would have been my big sister.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, Iris.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Aw, come on. They would, you know, like, you don't have to be blood related to be sisters. Just look at Sword. I'm kidding.
Were you? But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister. What? Really?
Be sisters in your heart. Exactly.
Oh yes, without question. So, you'll teach me all the ways you know how to throw
Your note to the floor. Wait, whoa.
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
You didn't have to agree quite so readily.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's gonna be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runa.
Uh-huh. I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. You must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Here's a demonstration. Oh man. Yunosuke just gets tossed around by all three of them.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard tomorrow now because it's for my big brother and sister.
What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what?
Hehe. You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. So, overnight break in trial proceedings became a crucial turning point, exposing new truths while posing new conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jacob's office. Sorry, excuse me there. An extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. I felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Aww. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. Aww, what? Aww. It's so sweet. It hurts. It hurts. It's so cute. Oh, Yunosuke. Trial part 2. November 9th, 30 a.m. Old Bailey courtroom. We're back. Oh, and he still has his My Little Pony unicorn staff. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. There has to be a better way to voice him that doesn't, you know, kill me. Revelation that the Rauno Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected And the discovery that What to do? And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on the occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Whatever, I'll just talk normally. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve, yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, The defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asuki permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? No, Sotsuki doesn't have anything to do with this. Nah. I mean, thank God, the man deserves a break, but like, nah. That would be like tying like, oh, so many cases together. all our minds would be collectively blown to pieces. Right. On what grounds is Kazuma Asuki permitted to continue his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life, for the last 10 years, has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, way to put pressure on yourself, Kazuma. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. Oh boy. I suggest you prepare yourself for the same. Reaper? Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into a very dangerous territory. I think maybe... Kazuma obviously knew that... Well, he knew that his dad was killed in Britain, right? And he also probably knew of the whole you have to kill this guy assassination thing, right? Before coming to Great Britain, because, well, yeah. He must have known. So maybe he accepted it as a method of getting into Great Britain. But, well, whatever. Well, I mean, they'll clear it up. Blah, 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 blah. They'll clear it up, probably, maybe, hopefully. The stream is kind of... It is lagging a bit. I can see it being red. I'm waiting for a bit. Oh, okay. It looks like it's no, it's not better. Oh, I think it's better now. Okay, alright. I get the distinct impression we're heading to a very dangerous territory.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
As an extreme exception to normal practices, I've granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Hopefully it stays cleared up. Okay. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barrack Van Zeeks.
Defense is ready, my lord.
Prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. The preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asuki, begin.
As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls its first witness to the stand.
Queen Twilight Sparkle. Yeah. I was gonna say, he has that unicorn staff. It's like, what if Lord Strongheart is a brony, you know? Bring Seisho Jigoku to the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on this line now in order to get to the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Okay. Hey, Jikoku, how are you doing? Huh. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Oh. Oh, it was you who issued this, was it? You said Pona? I did what was necessary. Well, what does the young man have become? I didn't think I should today when you take that home with me, I must say. The judge does... Yeah, what? Like, Japanese judge looks really good. But I'm scared because he's hiding something. Yep. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Emperor of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his voice. I am of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Do you think that's why it's called the Treaty of Friendship? Because he's a brony. Friendship is magic. If we put our hearts together. Oh, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all in that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never mentioned a young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me myself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
You know what I mean. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances?
Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be a questionable etiquette. But my decision is unrelated to the case. I can't be bound to testify.
Unrelated, you say?
I appreciate that a respected police officer has been killed, for which I offer my condolences.
Yeah, seriously.
However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon?
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now.
A year ago in Japan. The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean?
That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it.
Well, Yunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Yes. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case? The telegram? No, wait, hold on. Is it at the are we that right now? Telegram? Safety save, safety save. I'm clicking the reply something. You beautiful man. Oh my god.
Take that!
is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. You know? Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jikoku. What? How on earth did you? What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? The list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asugi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Asa Shin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain.
A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson,
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asuki, whose victim was the police British inspector, Tobias Gregson.
K. Asugi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in another.
What exactly is the defense suggesting? These 2 cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. You're giving me a very cold stare, sir. Judge Jigoku, what's all this about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission. But the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. What? The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Huh? You deliberately avoided saying a name? Defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Someone's angry. His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite a vicious stare, young man. What do you mean vicious stare? You're the one giving me a vicious stare. Very well then. As a parting gift for you two, y'all, I'll tell you everything I know. It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the course must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Man. It's true that Kazuma Asuki was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there would have been shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved. So you admitted then, as this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce someone to commit murder. It's the most appalling I've ever heard. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard.
Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Also could have a reason for taking a sword to that British inspector, you know. Sorry. Had a reason for taking a sword to the British inspector. Hosonaga? No, not British inspector. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. My head is dead. British inspector? Oh, Gregson. What? What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Council?
Kazuma-sama?
Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obligated to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he had been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of that crime was the Reaper, Barrick Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. I think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Clearly, it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall that it was someone in the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it's not the place of this court to pursue the villainous assassin exchange plot. We were coerced only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, Counsel? My voice is going higher and higher because I can't push it down more. Thoughts? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Sure that Kazuma Asuki was assigned for the assassination.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me for forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Wow, he just told him straight up.
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour.
So, you agreed to it just for that?
Yeah.
I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the other to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. Lord Strongheart's like, yes, it was supposed to be magic! But behind the scenes, the chosen students were given assassination missions. I had no choice but accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jikoku. As witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him. Target was Inspector Tigris, and then the condition was pretty.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was the whole purpose in life.
I sentenced you 3 years cleaning Fluttershy's pens.
Oh my god.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer, it was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted to a study tour to Britain. And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Impact Asogi.
There's nothing I would have done to get here. I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea.
Really?
I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson.
Oh, hello again. The judge changed. And it's no longer the same guy, so I can't do the judge voice anymore. It's Lord Strongheart, for Pete's sake.
Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
That's really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission.
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January?
You know, him dying?
That awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body has somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Dying in quotes. Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including— oh, hello.
including all details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? It was not possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asobi's replacement, and there's no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah. My hands are completely tied. So in a sense, Sherlock did save Gregson's life. At least for like a bit, yeah. Holy shit. There's no way. Wait. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah. And my hands were completely tied. And we knew he didn't want to kill anyone. And we knew that he didn't have the guts in him to kill anyone. He also didn't know how to use a sword. And he was afraid of dead bodies and murders. I mean, he was even scared of the wax museum statues of him. How could he have actually killed someone himself? It would have been impossible.
So, Mr. Shell's strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. But I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing with me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? My god, the boy could barely slam a desk. We knew he had no muscles in his arms. I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to do. Or do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. In that case, as I've already made it perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. And you have some means of substantiating this plea? On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty as
Hold it!
outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself.
What do you mean?
Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There's a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness cabin. Yeah. At that particular point in time, of course, I had gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I had the crewman asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Shikoku's return. Inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin. Okay. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there, and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see? That proves it. If there'd been shots fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I couldn't be wrong.
Hold it!
I don't have a Discord server, sorry. I'm not cool enough for a Discord server. Also because I feel like if I made one, not many people would join, so it would be kind of dead. And also making a Discord server is a lot of work. Yeah. The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't want to move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines?
I probably make a Discord server sometime, but not anytime soon, I don't think. Yeah. So that would definitely be fun. I'm waiting for did you know that Discord has right now it's in beta, so it's not actually there, but they're going to have like community games available in all the voice channels. I'm waiting for the day that that's like in every server. Because that would be so fun! Or I can just keep making new Discord servers until I randomly roll the dice and get one with the beta testing. Yeah. I'm pretty sure they teamed up because, like, this is like way off topic, but like I think a year or two ago there's a site called Backyard, if you know about it. And it was kind of like a bunch of like games you can play with your friends online. And it supported like video and voice call and all that stuff, and it was all online. And I think they partnered with Discord and now they're making games together. They haven't actually launched here. Actually, here, let me see if I can find. Yeah, they shut down their own site because they're working with Discord now. Discord. Yeah, it's super cool. Hello. Do you know about the Discord game bots there? Or no, not bots. Do you know about the Discord games things that they're gonna be adding together? Or they're gonna be adding to the channels? Oh. Okay, well, this is the invite to the Discord games server. Right. I can't find like the website where it is, but this is like the server where you can see that this is where they're testing the games. They have a bunch of voice channels to test them. So far, they've been making like a lot of games. You cannot ask. Okay, yeah, it's random, right? So if I go and make enough Discord servers, maybe I'll randomly get one and then make that my own Discord server. Come on, beta testing! Oh yeah, it's a big server, yeah. Yeah, Discord is making games in its voice channels. And I happily await the day when they release it. The more you know! Wait, what are the ones that they have right now? They have, oh no! They have the newest game that announced, like... It was today, I think. Today or yesterday? No, it's today. It's called, Know What I Meme. They have, Blazing Eights, Bobble League, Checkers, Chess, Land.io, snake-inspired arcade game to play with 1 to 16 players. Damn, Discord is going so strong. Yeah, I also hope it releases soon. Extremely cool. Anyway.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Salary under judicial assistant? That won't wash.
Oh,
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment it's anything like the steerage. Like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
damn. You didn't have to. I didn't mean. But a hole like that, made by a bullet, was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there.
What's that? A bullet hole? Yeah, he's so like... Damn. You know, Jikoku, you are kind of a dick sometimes, huh? I'm just learning, like, this whole case is just me figuring out, hey, you guys are like kind of mean. There's no need for you guys to drag us like that. Oh yes, you're talking about the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday. What, the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume? That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would have never made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound, since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question. We must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you have some sense, my lord. What, is it just like the higher you are on the social ladder, like the more corrupted you become? Like, what is... I know Kazuma already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable. Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing into such a despicable plan.
Power corrupts. Yep. Yep. I mean, look at Lord Strongheart. He basically wants to take over the world. But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He's completely double-crossed him.
Oh dear, it's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jigoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. You must destroy him, Mr. Naruto. Toss him to the ground like I would.
You're gonna have to teach me. Okay. I'm pretty sure I know which one. At all times, you say? Well, actually, they're not really there at all times.
Objection!
Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to witnesses' claim, the guard wasn't there at all times.
What?
I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Oh, what? Where did you get that?
It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m., and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill.
All crewmen were away from their posts.
And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one.
Oh, man, Jigoku, your eyebrow furrow gets deeper and deeper.
In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime.
Oh. Your cool hairstyle won't save you now. 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But amounts to nothing. Oh, I thought you were gonna give me a compliment there, Kazuma.
Why?
Because because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. What, and you're just gonna believe him? Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has evidence to prove it. Yeah, I thought it would be the bullet hole in his cabin too. Also, what the hell, Miko? Put on something dumb. Oh, you know what I have? Hang on. I mean, Miko, you know, the least you can do is say something. You just walk in and say, put on something dumb and leave? Man. Oh my god. This isn't really, that perfect, but... There we go. You will present evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jikoku's cabin on the 31st of October? What proof? Okay. Well, your question is very vague. Also, what's this? We never actually examined this, huh? See those little things all over the place, don't you? The more I look at myself, the more I look like the Pringles man. Oh man. Perfect for the occasion. If only I had a beard like Judge Jikoku. Actually, no, I don't want that. It's part of the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the top. Oh, that's what this is.
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head? That's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually,
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
if this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here. Somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
We love metaphors in here. Okay.
Take that!
Oh yeah, desk slam. Judge Jikoku. What? Hello, yeah, I'm the Monopoly man. This was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch? A pocket watch. And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, the crown is a perfect fit on the spindle, protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jikoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. Ugh. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jikoku. Well, you're rather sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? I was innocent!
Objection!
Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Is that a compliment, Kazuma? And your arranged argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jikoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry? If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this dribble. I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bomb cat. Hello? Excuse me, sir? This guy's evil. This guy's evil for sure, okay? I don't, like, what? Who cares about the evidence? Do you hear what he's saying right now? What the hell? How did this guy become a judge? Why didn't you go back to death? Bro, Miko, please. Okay, wait, but, in his, profile picture headshot, he looks really good. He looks really good here. But yeah, what is this guy saying? Do you hear this right now? Hello, Lord Strongheart? Oh wait, no, it's Lord Strongheart. Fuck, he wouldn't listen. Ah! Wow, this truly is the dark side of Britain. I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. Yeah, if the bald judge turned out to be the serial killer. Dude. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice a pitfall in which you've stumbled. Prior to renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledged he was there, I presume? Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course, as a man of law, I have no intention of obstructing justice. You just said that you should have made me guilty before, when I was innocent. What are you talking about? Oh, Ryunosuke, it was just in good fun. It was just a silly joke. Don't take it too seriously. Shut up. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. Foolishly. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seo throw, though. Oh right, he can throw people, I forgot. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with this murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain, because his body was found in London. Ippon Seo? Whatever, what? I don't know words. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken and in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ugh. The experience being thrown by suicide. It's like, I know what it feels like to be thrown. You can totally kill someone like that. But you're still alive. Well, you can throw someone and then kill them. I don't know. I have no doubt the inspector intended to kill me. But he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Oh, the testimony appears to make perfect sense, as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku would be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I feel that there's no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. You're an embarrassment to our countrymen for lying on a stand. We're both. Oh my god. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin. Blah, 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 blah. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told a crewman he was a police inspector. But... right? Which was the truth, of course. The judge, honestly, like, our impression of him was kind of like dad who didn't know when his jokes went too far, you know? You know that type of dad? It's like, it's that was the impression that I had of him. And then that completely changed. Oh my god. He wouldn't have his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache. Not to mention a bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had 2 swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You could have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set of alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before the occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you entered without any inkling of suspicion? That's right. None whatsoever. When I walked through the door, my statue in English foolishly waiting for them. I can imagine Inspector Gregson with a gun in a shaky hand. And on the other hand is his fish and chips and he's like squeezing it really tightly. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, but at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there was no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose? That was certainly an impression given by the gun pointing my direction. But I've never seen the muzzle of a revolver shake so much in all my life. Yeah, no need to, you know, roast the dead. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there's no time to call for help with the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with the Ippon straight okay, so you can run away after that. Even though the man had a gun? That's a very brave move, wasn't it? My Ippon straight is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. When you're 6'10", you're not scared of anything. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Hmm? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow, and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out without. What? Luckily, there aren't many situations I can't get out of using a quick Ippon Seo throw. I don't know how to say it. I'm sorry. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him on his shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The crown snapped off, and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off, or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long. A bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not! All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in the cabin. Because there is an obvious bullet hole in the wall. What are you talking about? Hmm? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. Inspector was cleanly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think of the idea of yours now. That idea of yours through now, stripling. What? If the inspector was killed on a steamship in France, how on earth could he have got back to Britain? He's denying that. I mean, yeah, ish. He's denying that it's a gun. It's like a gunshot, right? He's saying that it was. What was it? He was saying that it was like ants or something that made a hole in the wall. How could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, when people die, their bodies remain in that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. Yeah, that sucks, you know? When you die, you don't move. Well then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think?
Well, yes, that's true, but
All passenger luggage is inspected when it's unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had took place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. Ugh. Let's kill the idea then.
But perhaps not.
Mr. Seto?
We've heard that the first-class passengers were under constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea.
Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Oh. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Oh, I thought I'd be perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it through words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent, of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. You know, you could just tell me what was wrong instead of insulting me as well. So there's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. There's an idea. Think about it, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotels and carriages organized by the ministry.
And we met you as soon as you arrived at the hotel.
So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? I'm not checking the photo for the corpse, but he does have this bag, doesn't he? This thing? Oh my god. Cause the only way he could have transported it is basically through luggage. Like, there's no way he could have just carried it any other way. Right? And we know his bag is big enough to fit him, so it can definitely fit Gregson. Though, there is that thing they were saying that, oh yeah, but people check luggage once people come off the ship, right? But for the judge, I don't know. I mean, his thing though, it had a 7-code lock on it. I don't, whatever. I have a corpse on my shoulder at the time.
What? No.
So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they've developed some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Oh yeah, like instantaneous kinesis. Funny you should say that.
Professor Harebrain's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, of course. I definitely was not thinking that. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say.
So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, We don't say Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we?
Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one?
And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border. That would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo.
Special circumstance? Oh, hold on. Special circumstances. Special circumstance. You did have a big bag, yeah. It would help if, I don't know. Special circumstance. No, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Beautiful handwriting. What does it say on here? Oh, it looks like some first class cabin. Okay. Japan, isn't it? Yes. Not the real. No. The only special circumstance I can think of is the fact that he's the judge. Like, that's it. Okay, well. I'm gonna save real quick. For safety. I'm gonna try the photo first. Who knows?
Objection!
Oh! There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. What's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body to Britain is something that only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jikoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oh, right! I forgot, they mentioned this at the very beginning of this case! What? Dude, I would not have remembered, but thank you for reminding me, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke is really smart, oh wow. Which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border rather took a lot of time. I must say, I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Yeah. Hey look, it's Gregson in the background. Gregson. Oh, I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Jikoku? It's a photograph we took at the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the court will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel. Fucking... The body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us inside Judge Jikoku's trunk. So... that's... oh, ugh. I hate thinking about that. That he was just there. Holy shit. Order in the court! I'm skeptical, counsel. that a grown man's body can fit inside even the largest travel trunk. Hey, I mean, he fit inside his own travel trunk, man. It could. Because I happen to know the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that it would be extremely simple, wouldn't it, Judge Jikoku?
But inside his trunk, how horrifying!
And after we spoken with you at the Great Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the parent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She has acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Grouse is no exception. Yeah, like, dude, if you go through the second time and you play this case from the very beginning, right? You know, Judge Jikoku shows up with this giant case and you're like, whoa, you know, it's so nice to see you again. In the back of your mind, you're like, damn, Gregson's in there. Like, that's so fucked up. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jikoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. What? I can't see that it was a wise move, letting Asuki and you embark on this study tour. I can see that it was— what? That it was a wise move. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asuki and you embark on this study tour. What? What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built on logical reasoning in the new century. You saying the current court proceedings are not built on logical reasoning? Oh, yeah! Oh my god. The whole assassin thing, too. Kazum's like, I need to tell you about something, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke's over there thinking that he's gonna propose to him, but in reality, he's like, I'm gonna kill someone. Or no, he's probably gonna tell him about his dad. I don't know. I trust Kazuma saying that he didn't want to kill anyone. He didn't ever plan to kill anyone. No BF. No, we've gone from friends to enemies to rivals, but they were kind of rivalry-ish before when they were friends too. But it's like friends to enemies to rivals, right? And in the course of that, it turned out that Kazuma was supposed to be an assassin, you know, which fuels the enemy. Oh, whatever. I can see that you both laid firm foundations for this already. It's a love-hate relationship. Yeah. I mean, well, it's like a, you know, like, when you know, like, oh, you know, like, oh, my childhood friend, I know everything about you, and then all of a sudden something happens in their lives, and they're like, what? You're not acting like yourself, you know? And they're like, how would you know? It's like, oh, it's because I know you. You're my best friend. Of course I would know how you would behave, right? It's like, well, maybe you didn't know me as well as you think. It's like, what? I don't know Kazuma as... I don't know that much about Kazuma that I thought I knew about him, right? And I want to find out more about him, and then it leads. Okay. Anyway. And I can see that you both laid form foundation for that already.
Judge Chikoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond?
Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there?
Why ever not?
Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical.
The actual scene of the crime.
Well, I thought we just did that. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street, where the gunshot was heard. As the accused, Barak Van Zeeks shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense deductions amount to little more than an elaborate fairy tale. Damn it, why does this always happen? I'm afraid that's how logical reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. Your room, I maintain. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly? I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Ooh, Yonosuke, tell him! Go, Yonosuke! Oh, you're so cool! How can you say that? Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you'd better explain yourself to the court, don't you? Prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts— oh wait, I don't know what it is. Your Nosuke knows, but I'm not sure. Yeah, the first thought was the autopsy thing, yeah. But the autopsy just says that an accurate estimation of time of death is not possible, right? Okay. Shot in the living room of Fresno Street and died instantly. Yeah, I can't think of anything else right now. Maybe with the no pun intended.
Take that!
Oh my god, really? The Japanese movie could be the perfect argument that you created that is not technical evidence. That's my Japanese band, and why people talk of the Duke of the East. Cosmo, have you looked in a mirror? In case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here. Do you even have a mirror? The court is not interested in the mistake of anything. You will be penalized accordingly. Okay. Was the victim killed in the room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? There's one piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Does it? Perhaps you should try to present the correct one this time, Mr. Naruhodo. So please. Are you gonna try again? Or can you hold your hand steadily enough to point it out? Or can't you hold your hand steadily enough to point it out? Do you need me to hold your hand for you, Yunosuke? Oh, please. The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot on the scene in Fresno Street, but the evidence contradicts that claim. No, there's definitely blood at the scene. Yeah, it's this one. Oh man, okay, so it's not the autopsy report. So what did they say? What's the... Okay, there's one piece of evidence that shows the question. Killed in the room, or was he moved there after his death? Or was he moved there after his death? The murder weapon is this gun, and the gun...
Take that!
No, wait, I didn't want to... Damn it, I just wanted to examine it! Now they're insulting the East again. Okay.
Perhaps you should just get it right, Naruhodo.
Shush, Susato. I'm trying. Okay. The murder weapon is this gun, and I don't think there's anything particular on it. There's just this thing that I don't know what this is. The standard issue. Oh right, it's supposed to be a standard issue gun for members of the judiciary, yeah. Which is why people were like, "Oh man, it's Van Zeek's gun," and Van Zeek's is like, "I do not know that gun."
Yes, and when they asked about whether the records are kept their issue to, I was told that for the past 5 years they've been engraved with a unique serial number.
What? Since when we know this?
Oh, but as far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Which tells us that it must have been issued longer ago than that.
Huh? And it was issued longer ago than... So are you saying that it was like Judge Jigoku's gun?
Take that!
Or not, just kidding. Just kidding, I was just kidding. I was just goofing around. LMAO, okay. Yeah. Oh, okay, so it could still be his then. Damn, Van Zeeks, you're so old. Maybe it's the trunk? Because it had Cosmo's blade in it, you know? Which means that he was with the trunk. Right, and if they're trying to say that the trunk was only found at the Fresno Street location, right? But Cosmo's never been there, so his blade couldn't have gotten stuck in a trunk. Is that what it is?
Take that!
Just kidding! Wow, okay. Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! The great sword Karma. Karma, the great blade. It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. Just like the man who holds it. Guess there's nothing actually here. Just a tip. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karma's sobs. She's like, you've been spending too much time with this sword. Karma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Oh. Oh yeah, it does match that PNG. No, this is still the same. Tip of Karma. Oh, never mind, it's not. So this is how it's broken. Cosmo's swordsmanship is second to none. I can't believe he misjudged it like that.
Clearly he wasn't in his right mind. He didn't have full control of the power in his stroke. Too distracted by malicious thoughts, perhaps.
Well, that wouldn't be surprising. After all, he was on an assassination mission. Did I have to examine that again, or maybe? And now if I presented his
Take
work?
that!
Nope, just kidding. Alright, see you in a bit. Oh, okay. Okay, so it's not with the box and karma. it's Usalak. It's what was it? Oh, it's Harley. It's Harley. The papers? Hey yo, which papers? There's quite a few now. It's autopsy report? No. Passport. Passport? Oh, wait. Yeah. Claim contradicts a certain piece of evidence. Right. That the victim was shot in the Little Room on Fresno Street and died. No, the Asogi ones is like a will from his dad who died 10 years ago. So that wouldn't place Gregson at the scene of the boat. Password. No. What? What? Telegram from Japan. No. Welcome. No. It's gotta be something that we haven't touched on, right? Right? Figurine, imagine figurine? Oh, because that's where we found it. The model of policeman found at the scene of the crime. It was, basically it had the little mechanism in order to wind his pocket watch, and cause, back in my day, what do you call it? They had to wind the pocket watch in order for it to run for probably 24 hours, and then it would stop running. Yeah. And that was found at the scene. Red hairpiece. The candelabrum. Autopsy. Should I look it up? Hold on, give me a second. Because I don't want to stay here for like 30 minutes. Yeah, exactly. I don't want to try all of them. So I have a walkthrough that's like spoiler free. Wait. What? Okay. How the hell was I supposed to figure this out? Oh my, okay. So it's this. And the reason being is because he's all curled up. They're saying that, oh, it's because he's all curled up, you know? His body is stuck in that position. Therefore, it means that he was probably shoved inside the case. Or something on that. Right? And I was like, oh my god. What? Do you think we're super geniuses or something, Ace Attorney? Like, holy shit. Oh my god. How was I supposed to know?
Take that!
Photographed of the victim. And I'm guessing maybe like, cause like rigor mortis or something. You know, cause like, once you die, he gets shoved inside the briefcase. He like stiffens up, cause that's what dead bodies do. We did learn about that in the previous case. Right? And they're like, oh yeah, because he's all curled up inside the trunk. That's why. You think like a real detective. Yeah. So, man, I could not have figured that out. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. In the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. That's true. Well, I mean, the autopsy didn't mention it though. Like, if the autopsy said like, oh yeah, body was stuck in a curled up position or something like that, then you know, then that would make more sense. But like the autopsy didn't mention this curled up position. So it goes to the photo. Yes, but the point is the posture of the body itself. If Inspector Gregson had been shot in that room, it's out of the question that his body would have been curled up in a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could have easily adopted that photo position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Objection!
Didn't you say died instantly? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. What? According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less be able to draw himself into that position. Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting... The inspector's body took on that position ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out to the floor. On the floor, from inside the large travel trunk. No.
You're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks like exactly as if it's been kept in a confined space. How on earth did you figure that one out, Naruhodo?
I had to look on the internet. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. Ugh! Is he gonna break the witness stand again? Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs in the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment, just because of some stripling's baseless accusations.
In other words, Judge Jigoku, there's blood in your trunk.
I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that...
At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be, you will not withhold information. Ooh, nothing is more important than the truth.
Ugh. Hell yeah, get him! Get him, Ryunosuke! Oh, the brony's back. Order in court. Oh, Mr. Jigoku, what is it to be? You can't be serious. You did it? Have you no shame at all, Kajima Ashoki? What? Very well, I admit it. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense. What? You... Dear God, outrageous. So it was you! You admitted them... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Killing the man, I surely have no recollection. What on earth is that? Sorry. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? Yeah, I think he's gonna say Cosmo did it. What? Man, okay. I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I have no chance to throw it into the ocean. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me, and dispose of it somewhere else.
You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man?
As you know, there was one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. And moreover, he'd already accepted a mission to take the inspector's life.
Oh.
That's right. Who else could have been? It was you, Cosmo Asogi. You... I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seisho Jigoku. You've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Cosmo Asogi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin, you can pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission, no less. Yeah, Cosmo had his sword at the time. I mean, it was stuck in Gregson's box, so... Right? But also, like, that's the thing. If Cosmo was gonna kill anyone, he would use his sword, right? Like, he doesn't have a gun on him, does he? Or, I mean, whatever gun... Because the gun used was definitely not his. You wouldn't... So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I admit to nothing more.
I don't believe this. This guy's an asshole.
Counsel of the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. Yeah, right? It would be way smarter for him to use the sword. Yeah. Assertion that on the night in question, the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Cosmo Asogi.
This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. If it comes down to Jigoku or Cosmo. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asogi is... fucking impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you of something that you said only a few minutes ago. You claimed that logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asogi to commit the crime. What? The court will only extract an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asogi's involvement? The gun? Let me save. Or maybe the fact that his sword broke. But Yuriko again. Yeah.
Wait. What is this again?
Take that!
You're making the evidence weep here, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Damn it! Sorry? Every piece of evidence has a role to play in arriving at the truth. They're not playthings you can toss around the courtroom for entertainment. Ugh! You don't have to insult me every time.
Never mind the evidence. You're about to make me weep, Mr. Naruhodo.
You're not about to make me, oh no, I can't upset Susato-san, or I'll end up upsetting— oh, what? I can't upset Susato-san, or I'll end up being upset too. You know, a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first-class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. You're saying that the crime could have only been committed when the guards were gone, right? Trying to save him. Yeah, seriously. So, okay, the court will accept the crime as super compelling evidence. But then what they have, cause okay. What proof is there then? Right, so what did he say? There was a member of the crew on sentry duty, so as long as the guard was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. And that very much narrows down the time when the crime could have been committed. Oh, yeah. And the drill happened— see, it says following the departure from the port of Dunkirk, right? The drill happened after the ship actually started moving. And Kazuma said that he left, you know, before the ship actually set sail. Yeah. Okay.
Take that!
This itinerary for crew members of the SS Grafs. My lord, this is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledged that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guard wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this. When the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by someone who was aboard the vessel at the time. But Prosecutor Asogi stated in yesterday's proceedings— thank you for the flashback— I didn't come to Great Britain to take everyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Yeah. I spent that night in a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court will agree is conclusive proof. Woo! That Kazuma Asogi couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. Unless you want to suggest that he jumped off the ship and swam back. Hold it. Oh. Hold it. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy's just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and finish it. No, that's out of the question. Didn't he say too that he signed his name somewhere? Right? Isn't it Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodations register book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. Ugh, no, There's no escape this time. You can't forget that you're a judge. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you give the court an honest answer, as a common man. Ooh. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder had happened there. Ooh, the 360! That's what really happened, isn't it, Seishiro Jikoku? It was the damn trial 10 years ago. That's how it began. Oh no, is he gonna break the witness part? Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Whoa, holy shit! Whoa! Holy shit! Oh my god, he actually broke the witness stand! And then it flew off into pieces. Oh my god. He went Super Saiyan. British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Oh wait, what was it? A professor. Yeah, that was Wilson, right? Hulk smash. Yeah. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade conviction and return safely to their homelands. Assassination. Wow, the witness stand is really gone. An assassination exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request, it was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asogi. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmos Place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation. To eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume? That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangement for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it seems like it. Yeah. Because it feels like, again, like Jigoku and kind of Japan, right? It's just kind of, you know, they're like licking Britain's shoes. They're licking Britain's shoes. Yeah. Licking Britain's toes. And like, so Jikoku's like, so Jikoku knows that he had to get Gregson dead as part of the agreement. The Lord abandoned. He was given a sham mission by the Reaper. Okay, so basically he then told his quote-unquote British counterpart, so the other guy who was making this assassination plot with him, right? To set him up. Okay. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself.
Oh. So that means that the assassin exchange was It was all planned by the Reaper.
Yeah. Okay, so it's wait. No, his British counterpart is another guy who is of, you know, big power in Britain. Right now, I think it's Lord Strongheart, but he's been like very quiet about everything, which I mean, fair. But like, I think it's Lord Strongheart because who else would it be, you know? But yeah, so made arrangements to learn that he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. Anyway, an inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. Imagine if the judge ends up... I'm pretty sure he is. Right? Oh, I mean, Judge Jikoku is, for sure. But like, it's like we call the judge down, get down here and testify. Like, then who's gonna take the judge's spot? And it's the old judge. Oh, I hope Santa Claus comes back if that happens. It's all a trap designed to lead him from France and his own death. Or maybe, Lord Strongheart will testify from, like, the judge's seat. That would be weird.
Oh, how awful.
It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. Oh, yeah. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. Starting to cough, but there was a guard outside the door, so I left it like that for the time being. I still want to see Judge Santa again. Even the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, so I bided my time waiting.
4 to 20 minutes after 10 o'clock.
I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance. He suddenly came round and went for me in a reckless move. Oh. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier. Oh yeah. That's probably why it doesn't have a serial number, right? Because he got it 16 years ago. Being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student, I never imagined I had to use it for something like that. So the revolver belongs to you, does it?
Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Grouse. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street.
The judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck and throw it over the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So, before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room.
And then, on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk, in order to smuggle it past the border police.
I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced the body was found in London.
In that case, you must have known. You must have intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule.
Yes, my British counterpart sent me everything I need to know.
Damn, your British counterpart seems to know everything. Reminds me of a certain other person in the room.
The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Bone, from which he would take back his police identification.
Holy shit, he does know everything.
I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit.
Oh wait, cause
they're saying that his British counterpart is the Reaper, right? So that would make sense. Why the Reaper would know all that. So I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk.
That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then.
Yeah. Like, it's definitely shaping up to look like it's Strongheart. Yeah. I mean, like, the moment you look at the man, you're like, this guy's definitely guilty of something. He looks like Damon Gant, you know? He gives the vibe. But, like, this is an interesting way that he's kind of been committing crimes, I would say. Right? Because that would mean that he's the Reaper. Which means he's like targeting, or he's technically fighting injustice, right? Because the people he's targeting are like, it seems like they're all people who were wrongfully got a not guilty or something like that. I don't know. Too much thinking for the brain. More reading. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcome committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling firecrackers. Since it's too dry. Yeah. He does have that vibe. He keeps saying like he wants to become, shoot, what was it? I don't know. He wants to become like the tip-top official in the field, basically. I forgot the name of it. I forgot the title. Right? But he wants to, you know, use forensic science more. He wants, you know, less criminals to escape. Like, he is for justice. It seems like that, yeah. So, I don't know. We'll see. Right now he's shaping up to be like a vigilante Robin Hood type of character. On Fresno Street, I saw this young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there, and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. I can't speak anymore. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece in his own traveling case. So I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself in that than I would have had otherwise.
The hairpiece we found at the scene, the inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation.
I only arrived at the room at around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor, removed the notice board, and set up a little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later. So that Mr. Bone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that?
I imagine it was the bag of fish and chips.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, the firecracker girl does look like the little match girl. Yeah, but the firecracker girl is, you know, not as nice as the little match girl. Like, she's not guilty of anything other than lying in the stand. But, yeah. Well, anyway. Oh! The fish and chips. I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seems the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. Oh, are we gonna get a new witness stand? No. I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth of the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. The man in the snack. The fish and chips literally, like, saved him. Or saved us. For a crime of such vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. Bye, Jigoku. See you never again, I guess. 'Cause that's how it is.
An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea.
Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who is your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? I don't think he can tell you, Inosuke. Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you. That I cannot say. Even though as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Oh, right. You know, Lord Strong, you really don't have to do that. You can just say that he's... Wait a second, I thought this trial was Van Zeek's. Why are you throwing everything into guilty? Strongheart, come on. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. I like how it's in the font that they use for Van Zeek's. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Name of Her Majesty Sparkle. I find you. It turns out the Queen of England is actually Twilight Sparkle. Moments ago, Mr. Jikoki signed a written confession, admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful! Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of Reaper the Bailey and this extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. Ooh. He literally said, "Go, step down, Kazuma. Your playtime's over." It's like, okay, you have fun being prosecutor. Alright, back to me. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Oh, hi, Kazuma. The prosecution calls for the adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position. What?
But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Barrick Van Zeeks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asugi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Oh, he's gonna say that Van Zeeks is his British counterpart, right? Into the sick, merciless assassin exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France, having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. Yeah. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassin exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly, that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dock, Barrack Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey, and furthermore, I'm going to prove its guilt, beyond all reasonable doubt. What? Sorry, I was distracted. Cosmo's eyelashes are really long. Anyway. Order! The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Council. Are you suggesting that you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard, and they found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that Assassin Exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself, which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify this definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here. I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. Damn it, Van Zieks, why do you have to use all these big words? You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks. And I will bring you to justice for it. Whatever it takes. Van Zieks was like, damn it, I just can't get out of this. Oh right, I just realized they brought in a spare witness too. They're like, oh yeah, we had the guy who broke it before. Yeah, I mean, if he was coming back, we knew he was probably gonna break it again, right? We've got 50 other witness stands lined up just in case it happens again.
That explains Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. While it's extremely irregular, I will, on this occasion, grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the Assassin Exchange. Just say, this perspective from Lord Strongheart is very scary. He's quite literally standing above us all. I thank you, my lord, for guiding the court so wisely. I hereby declare the court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. As you can see, we have 6 spots, just like the main 6 in My Little Pony. Pray turn a blind eye to discourtesy as I verify this vile and unremitting accusation. What? This vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soiled the contents of my hallowed chalice. Lord Van Zieks, please put your foot down. I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time, I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now, and crush those allegations once and for all. Intimate without taint. Oh shit. Good. If we get close to Lord Strongheart, you know, maybe he'll spill all his secrets. Okay, no. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks. Prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as the primary witness, in order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper of the Bailey. And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. And Kazuma-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically.
You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. No one's better at spilling liquids than Van Zieks, though. Why would you phrase it like spilling liquids?
Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and an assassin exchange. As you wish, my lord. I played the fifth. Reaper and assassin exchange. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That is the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind this assassin exchange. Oh shit, there is a common thread. It's his brother! Damn it! Anyway. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassin exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I alone am in a position to forswear. Also, hello! Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? Objection? That's off topic. No. What? A desire to uncover the truth. Even if the truth proves your client to be guilty? From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So, it's always my intention to work with my client in pursuit of the truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Oh my god. I thought my PS best friend died and... Also, how's it going? I'm addicted to Ace Attorney, can you tell? What brought you here? Well, it was you, Cosmo. You shoved me in a suitcase and brought me here. Oops. Enough dilatory chatter. Counsel of defense, proceed to cross-examine the witness. Oh, yeah, that's true. I mean, we have cross-examined Lord Fanzix before. But yeah, it's all building up to this. I know exactly what you're thinking, Cosmo. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you've convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. I know what it is, but I'm gonna press everything anyway, because I live for fluff dialogue. Never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. So, you're not what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper of the Bailey. Exactly. Don't imagine for a moment that the court will be satisfied with a one-word answer on this. I realize that. If you're intending to comment on every sentence, this could take a while, Cosmo. But in doubt, yes. I mean, like, if you pay money for a game and then skip the dialogue, like, come on, man. Didn't you find it disturbing, though? That, one by one, defendants who'd been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed? Let me answer that question by posing another. If, one by one, defendants who've been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing? Defendants who've been acquitted after your successful defense were killed. Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that. Exactly. Well, that told me. But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignored all hearsay. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was a very Gregson
Hold
informant.
it!
You say 4 years. How long exactly? Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now. And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying? I didn't want to believe it. He was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past. A friend, even? A buddy? Bonk? Bot. Hey, is Miko still here? Hey Miko, aren't you the moderator? Shouldn't you delete that? Whatever. Just ignore it. I feel like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office in Dior without his knowledge. Which is when you found the secret notebook, is it? It's when I first learned of the location he noted, only as grouse, an appointment at 5 PM on the 31st. And though I didn't know the significance of the details at the time. So now we're at the nub of the matter. As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to the party. Yay! Good job, Miko! But why did you go to that specific location? I thought if it was for the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock, I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, all that was awaiting me was the inspector's corpse. Yeah, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked it straight into the trap set by Jigoku. Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Bone, but unhappily for me, I arrived at the scene first. Ha! A ridiculous, careless blunder. Moved on to just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma. Think what you will. Doesn't change the truth. Hang on. My earring got stuck. Okay, sorry. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Yeah, see, that's a lie, but we're gonna press anyway. Kazuma has a... Yeah, he's... he's trying really hard to implicate Van Zeeks because of his dad. There's a link between you and Gregson, though. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I consider the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. Man, I miss Gregson so much. Why'd they have to kill him off? Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago, now that he is invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no links exist between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't sit right with me. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being blah 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 blah. Certainly, as it stands, there's no evidence to suggest that you concocted this scheme. Oh. But as it stands, we only have the accused's insistence of his innocence. Sorry? Perhaps there is some reason that would explain why he masterminded the assassin exchange. And if a reason could be established later in these proceedings. Then the accused's claim in this testimony that he wasn't involved would amount to perjury. Well, yeah, that's true, but
Clearly, Kazuma-sama intends to identify a reason and use it to make his case.
So if we don't identify something first,
He'll gain the advantage.
this could be dangerous. Convincing testimony from Lord Van Zieks.
Certainly, with no apparent connection between the three men, there's no way to establish a motive. The testimony seems unsaleable as far as I can see. Oh dear me, what a bleak expression!
I agree, there doesn't appear to be any particular link between them, at first glance. But with the inclusion of one other person... Must be overthinking it, surely.
Another person, Mr. Naruhodo?
I need to think back over all the information we've been gleaned so far.
Alright, now I'll review my notes about the case and all the evidence in the court record.
Could it be that Lord Van Zieks has something to hide after all? I think... Okay, so there's no common thread between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. The magic book is back. I'm pretty sure it's Clint, right? So... Because the autopsy was carried out by Dr. John H. Wilson. And in here it also says that credit to Inspector Gregson for petitioning so dodgily for the autopsy procedure, yeah.
Objection!
Woo! What is this? An autopsy report. There do be a list of characters and people. Is there anyone you're thinking of looking at? Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see that the defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report here, counsel?
This is the autopsy report of the professor's final victim. Is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant.
He looks so much like Nitroid. Who, Van Zieks? This thing? This, like, hand JoJo pose that he's doing? Not that accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. Oh no, Cosmo. And for a member of the aristocracy, like Lord Clint Van Zieks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. They're both actually. He declared that he was certain he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure.
And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document.
As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Yeah, we still don't know what that evidence is. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Impact Asogi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key in indicting the professor for his crimes, and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. Enabled Lord Van Zieks here to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court. Awkward. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? It's definitely before. This game came out what was it? I think it was like 2017? It was definitely before 2020, which is when Genshin came out, I think. So it's for sure before. think at the very most, Genshin was in beta testing, but yeah. Also, he says it could be fabricated? If the inspector, the coroner, and the prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and send him to his death. That's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Well, for me, it was because it went on sale, but it came out in 2017-ish in Japanese, right? But it took a long while for it to get released in English because of Sherlock Holmes. So they had to change it to Sherlock Holmes and release it in English, and it released in English 2021, so yeah. That's why. Though, because they released in English, they gave English names. So maybe they changed Cosmo's names to Genshin. I don't know. Who knows? Okay, whatever. It's fine. Now, 10 years later, for some reason, the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. Which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassin exchange. Order at once! Okay, hang on. I need to... Give me a second. Okay. So 10 years are... Secret has been threatened and needs protecting, which is why the inspector and coroner had to be silenced. By someone in power. Oh! Because the secret was threatened, and that's why they need to... I see. I am seeing. I see. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore myself I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain. Whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in a courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. Another broken glass. Oh yeah, it's full. Watch your step if you go near the witness stand. It has wood splinters and glass. As it happens, I have evidence. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretense of being the assassin recruited to kill Seishiro Jigoku, but my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. Oh. What truth? The truth about the evidence, and he acknowledged what I've already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword, Karuma, before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Oh, maybe that's how he cut the box then. Right, I see. You're that Asugi's young lad, aren't you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing? Is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately, back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. So you admit it then? The evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated? It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it? That's right. Even then. Oh. So that's when the tip of the sword broke.
Oh, Kazuma-sama.
If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer, Gregson, and the lead coroner, Wilson, must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in the way by one man. What? And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Barrack Van Zeeks. Oh, but before Van Zeeks took over, it was Lord Strongheart. Oh, oh. In other words, the defendant did have a cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly, and as was established earlier, it has to be have been the Reaper himself who liaised with Jigoku in Japan to arrange an exchange.
Oh.
So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrack Van Zeeks. Or is it Barack? I don't know. I don't care to get your name right.
Objection!
Oh. Kazuma Asogi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for the trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. Barack Van Palma. I'm trying to avoid the comparison. Barack Van Palma. Oh my god. I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. Oh, he realized it. He realized it's gonna be Strongheart. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? What? Lord Van Zeeks? I give no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows it down to the remaining possibilities. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is another one. There is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You? I just had a feeling his name is gonna come up. Just a feeling. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Oh my god. Ah! I mean, like, look at his mugshot. He's backlit. Bro, this guy's evil. But, I mean, he's doing it for Judge. Oh man, whatever. He's a thoroughly intimidating man. Judge, get down here. Claim your prize.
Take that!
Oh my god. The only person who could have arranged the assassination exchange and manipulated autopsy results. Ooh, 360 is the Lord Chief Justice himself. Lord Male Strongheart. What? Lord Strongheart? Yeah. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Well, Lord Van Zeeks? 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. Wow, very much like this, Cosmo also pleaded for control of this case in order to avenge his dad's death. Crazy! Writing! Wow! Sorry. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined. All the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I've spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. They are both Android. Shit. Von Karma's shaking right now. But I see now. I was very much mistaken. He was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector in the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later on the other side of the world by Seishio Jigoku. Lord Strongheart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey. Oh my god, the leg. The court awaits your response, my lord. No apologies for my leg this time. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. What? A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not gonna defend yourself? You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy? That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
But I heard it from Gregson's own lips. He admitted to it. And what is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. What, you want to call a spirit medium named Maya to call his spirit back from the... Never mind. You mean to say... I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there's no case. Oh gosh. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ugh. Yeah, Greg is dead. You're kinda late to the party, he's been dead for a while. The jury's made up of random people. Yeah. The Japanese judge killed Greg. It's very sad. And the thing that helped us, that saved us, was his fish and chips. Order in court. Following Inspector Gregson's murder, in the light of Dr. Wilson's death as well. There's really no one left who can testify about the events 10 years ago, is there? So, that was the real purpose of the assassin exchange. Forgive me as I, cuddle my Twilight Sparkle wand. This court has no business raking over the cold little case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections? Stream log. This is true. I mean, you could sleep and wake up and I'd still be here. Kazuma, he's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth of what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. Wait, there is someone? I mean, there's gotta be someone. Couldn't it be the, what's her name again? Maria Gori, right? Maria Gori could testify. Another voice. He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks. Even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence. And Dr. Scythe won't say anything against Strawheart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Hell yeah! Actually, there is one person. One person who could have still testified about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who? Ryunosuke, who? Tell me. Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. So calm down. The person in defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Clerk is Maria Gori? I'm gonna save. I'm gonna save just in case. I don't know. I declare myself not guilty. Oh my god, wait, he totally could. Holy shit, we need to drag him down from the judge's place.
Take that!
Denied. What? I wanna know why. Was it wrong? There's no one left, I made sure. Everyone's switching positions. You know, like, I don't know what's a good example. Like musical chairs. Like, okay, you know, Strongheart stepped down and I want to be the judge next, like... I want to know why you're proposing to call such a witness with that look of utter desperation on your face. In other words, you're wide of the mark, Ryunosuke. Very wide. Thanks. Don't spare my feelings or anything. Okay, so it's not Maria. Unput it.
There was somebody else present at the autopsy, Mr. Naruhodo. Surely you haven't forgotten.
Okay, if it's not Maria, then I'm gonna guess Sherlock. Because he went to look for it 2 years ago. But, no, I know. I'll get it right this time. Wait, no. Actually, hold on. Wait. Okay, hold on. So, the autopsy was done by Scythe, Wilson, and Gregson, right? So, all the people who were there 10 years ago are gone, though. I think. Hold on. So it's not Maria. It's not these guys. Not Kazuma. Gregson's dead. Kaiden. Vigil? No, wait. Vigil. Wait. But I don't want to call Vigil back up again. Wait. No, wait. Vigil wasn't there for the autopsy, though, right? Wait. I don't know. Kaden wasn't there either. Was he there? For the autopsy, No, because Vigil wasn't involved in the whole lying business. He said so himself. He wasn't. He got fired for it, but he was basically a scapegoat. Not his wife. Van Zeeks. Strongheart, get down here. Not Gina, Chikoku. Mikotoba, maybe? Oh wait, no, of course it's Mikotoba. The doi. The doi. He's the one who wrote it. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Come on. Oh, cause I need the life points, man. Okay. Okay, it's Mikotoba.
Take that!
Heaven help us, another Japanese. Oh. Bro. An expert of forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yuji Mikotoba. 16 years ago, he came to London with Seishio Jigoku and Genshin Impact Asogi as a visiting student. And what would his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. He was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was the primary assistant's duty to keep a written record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. At least Ben seeks had respect, right? In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness, as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in that autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something that only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. What? But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We can summon him in the stand and to the stand in minutes. In fact, he's probably, like, in the crowd watching right now. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Strongheart had no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Because he's a big fat coward! Prosecutor Asogi, let me refresh your memory, as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and of masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims. Make your case complete. At this time, I don't have requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need witness testimony. The professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asogi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Hey yo, what the fuck? Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by proper authorities. Yeah, he seriously did.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. That'll just give the mastermind of the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me? Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asogi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asogi. Oh no, not that it's all over. Ah! That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Oh my god! Mr. Sholmes! Oh my god! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, the music! Okay, sorry. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You'll leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court should hear what he has to say. Lord Mayor Strongheart. I forgot my voice. Lord Mayor Strongheart, my dear fellow. It's imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to the end at this stage. Is it really? And why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the opening of the trial to answer that question, if I may. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Ooh, using his own words against him. Wow, Sherlock is so cool. I mean, Herlock. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused of being the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? Ooh. The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why have you been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? Ooh. Order. Order in the court. It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. Let us emerge from the vast shadows of the Reaper's long... I can't speak, I'm so sorry, at this very important moment. Let us emerge from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now. Auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion on court proceedings. Silence. He's right. The judge has absolute authority here.
Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end.
But what that really do?
I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed.
Is there really a single person present of this?
What? What? The trial should go on. Summon the witness.
That's right, we need to clear this up before the young Japanese fellow is represented.
Oh, he looks really. Sorry. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth.
Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation.
Truth, all truth, and nothing but the truth. That's the very foundation of British law. Oh yeah, the other people in the room are all, quote, high members of the judiciary. Yeah, like common people aren't here, but people who have more status are. Yeah, not really the common people like jury, but well, yeah. It would be funny if a jury does slide in, but I don't know. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. Well, my lord? You hear the voices of the British justice, I take it? I think you'll find it will be rather awkward to silence. Sorry. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. Yeah, there's such hype for the witness. As soon as the gentleman arrives in the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. He brought the guy with him. Pardon? Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me here today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. Yeah, and the music's so good! It's like Sherlock's or Sholmes's regular theme, but like slightly remixed, and it's got like, oh man, I'm not a music person, but it's just so good. I do believe that he's enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is here in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that question than you, surely? I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must thank you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. kindly leave the courtroom at once. Get the fuck out. But of course! In truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo! Yes? I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you? Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards. And a reminder, if you find yourself in a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Still never witnessed, yeah. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. So it's Lord Strongheart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I about to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. Oh yeah, before it showed, so Iris made like kind of like a telephone walkie-talkie thing. So one is the cute little Sherlock bunny, and this one. It's so cute. And then the other one is like a bear version of Iris. It's also really cute. And if you tug on the ears, basically you can call him. I'm ready. I'm ready to head into heart of the maelstrom. Maelstrom? Maelstrom? What? And confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. Oh god, it's gonna be to be continued, right? Yeah. Well, there's no way I can stop here. Oh my god. Oh wait, no, not this one. This one. Yeah! Yeah! Ah! Oh hey! Maria is also here. I'll see you next stream. Oh my god. So, hold on, let me collect myself. So, witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Yuji Mikotoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. Corey. And, Professor Mikotoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Scythe, I understand? Yes, Dr. Scythe. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She's just appeared. She's just here. What do you mean? She just appeared. She's staring directly at you.
You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that test autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too.
Corey, stare noise. That's about the size of it. Also, how was she allowed those tools in here? Please get me away from this woman. I had her eyes boring into the side of my tree constantly, whilst I was in antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Scythe that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice? Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikotoba. But I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Strongheart. Honestly, Mikotoba has, like, a way bigger role in this than I thought he was gonna have. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right, I study under Dr. Wilson at St. Signers. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure.
Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man.
Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it.
Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards.
Ignoring the girl next to you and what she's saying. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would have never happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So, Lord Strongheart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here too.
Well, glad to know I wasn't completely off the market in calling Maria before. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Oh boy. Autopsy of Clint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikotova, are you certain about that? Well, nothing I can possibly identify as such, much less swearing to in testimony. Oh god, he's so evil! Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asugi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death. But that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it, I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of the sword at his throat, the man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there is nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zeek's death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. Hey yo, we haven't cross-examined yet. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it. And the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the lack of facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats.
Oh, such a horrifying crimes.
But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yeah, that was the weird thing. See, no one pointed that out, but yeah. Yes, you're right.
He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. Oh, he was stabbed through the heart with a sword.
That's enough. I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? Surely you haven't forgotten. I'm right here. I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke.
I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. And I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree.
Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from blah 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 blah, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Damn, when can we get Santa back? Yes, and from my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication the autopsy was being fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. True crime thing where someone tried to disguise a murder as part of a serial killing. Oh, I mean that happened to Danganronpa too. Hold on, my camera froze. Hello? Hello? My camera froze. So, give me a second. Let me restart. Something done. While we're here. Oh my god. Okay. There we go. Also, what other dumb thing can I put on? What's something that fits the occasion? I have a... no. I added an egg. But then you couldn't say there wasn't any indication either, could you? Oh, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, according to what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing?
Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting and pass him implements. That doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team.
Quiet! Yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that?
You have such shallow cheeks for a Japanese man.
Professor Mikotoba, think! Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. This resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. And all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor. May I lick your cheek? Oh my god. The victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yeah, Lord Van Zeeks was stabbed. Oh, do you mean to say... you think Lord Clint Van Zeeks may not have been in fact... or may not in fact have been one of Professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But... oh, it definitely is. I think. Cause like, I mean, the dog going around killing people has to be related to this whole Hound of Baskerville. I'm guessing that the whole Hound of Baskerville case is basically the Professor's case. Right? I think so. Genshin Asogi confessed to all his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of 5 members of the aristocracy. If the beast was used to carry out the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. Really? No evidence was found that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Hey yo, what if the beast Toby? It's Toby from Scotland Yard.
There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory?
Does that matter?
Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Scythe, was in the stand, but...
I've read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report.
I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see.
Mama told me all about it.
Oh?
She said that there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable.
Unbelievable? What do you mean? They keep doing this thing. They're like, yeah, it's an unbelievable piece of evidence. What is it? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it? Yeah, like...
It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
They're not actually... They don't actually say what it is. Yeah. What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean?
Well... It was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slipped over a finger, perhaps.
A ring? It was a ring. Belonging to Genshin Asogi. Oh. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? Wedding? I don't know if it's a wedding ring. Oh, it was on his left ring finger. Then maybe it was a wedding ring. I don't know. They're not calling it one though. How's that thing? I don't know. Maybe swallowing a ring is kind of dangerous. Like, right? At the time, Genshin wore a long ring, a large ring on the digitus cordis of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. Digitus cordis. I don't understand if it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. But... oh god. How are we gonna take this case seriously if I'm... okay, hang on. I'm trying to find something that's... oh, I can bring the sword out though. Sword. Yeah. I don't think I have the better looking one yet because I got lazy. I'll just move it down a bit. It's a thought that counts. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Nah, I mean, no. It looks good though, so it's all good. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. Oh. They arrested the man then and there, right before my eyes. No internal traumas after Swan. Oh, this is true. Yeah, because I think the faking of the autopsy comes from they basically planted the ring in the guy's stomach and called it a day. They were like, "Oh, your ring's in the dude's stomach. You must be the killer." How could they?
I brought the ring along with me today.
What? You have it? What? Oh my god, that is like... God, when your dad had this ring? Was your dad like a... was your dad possibly a Chuny? Or like into D&D or something? Oh, you know, his name is Genshin Impact, holy shit! Oh, it all makes sense now! Okay.
Here it is. A bit dusty from years in the stores.
Oh, good gracious! Yes, that's it! I haven't seen that thing in 10 long years. It all comes together. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now. I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body.
Oh my! Really?
At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Damn. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from stores requires my consent, does it not? However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Ring belonged to Genshin Impact Asogi found in Norcane's stomach during the autopsy. Claws gasping the gem looks sharp enough to cause very nasty. Haha, I like how they say that. Yeah. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. Yeah. It almost looks like claws protecting that jewel.
Must examine it thoroughly, Mr. Naruhodo. Very carefully indeed.
You see the yeah, he's like, fine. Put it into evidence. See if I care. Okay, hold on. Let me check it out. Let me check.
Ooh!
These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting that equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring.
Yes, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I would think.
Ow! Now my finger's bleeding. The claws are really sharp. Holy shit, really?
Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruhodo, even for you.
Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely.
A sticky mochi bun about the size would go down much better. Some red bean paste in the middle.
Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. What's this? Or is this just... Yeah, this is a very thick ring. Wow. Presumed to have swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumous identifying.
Hold it!
Yeah. and that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asuki's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. It's a Genshin vision. That's a lie. My father was no killer. Eric Van Zeeks, it was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that was established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it?
Poor father. Looks so troubled.
Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind.
Oh.
I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. It's probably because Lord Mail Strawheart is staring his boring eyes into his soul.
I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years.
If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened, and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true.
We can't shy away from this now. Oh, I think that was Ryunosuke. Even if what we might uncover could lead to a total calamity.
Don't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen.
And if no one caught me, Susato always caught me. No signs of eternal injury? Come on. The court has heard the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach. I can't talk. But you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikotoba? That's right, as I said in my testimony before. At that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel?
That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It was entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail of the autopsy.
What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson
was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asugi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it then and there in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
The evidence, right here.
That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. Is Lord Strongheart dumb?
You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injuries says it all.
What?
To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to its size, there are sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with.
My brother was a determined man and on the brink of death. Even more so, I'm sure. He can swallow anything. Would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice.
But if you really had swallowed that enormous ring...
Thank you for following Tyler at a very awkward moment.
That it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma.
No. Yeah, no category. Oh my god. Shh, not so loud. Twitch is watching. And there you have arrived at the sticking point. Oh, thank you for the gift. Sub to Cadet Thailand. That's precisely why I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the laboratory that day. Look at this! Oh, this is Wilson. This is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikotobo? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size, those... Oh, if he swallowed that much, what kind of activities was it? I mean, well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws as it has, surely you would expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus, torn mucous membranes at the very least. Best timing. Yeah. Dr. Mikotobo, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. Damn. I could think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but... damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects.
Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay.
I don't think so. No one's getting an endoscope in Dr. Gory. Rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished.
We opened up the dead to find the truth.
Yeah, she's great. I beg your pardon.
But Mama, she chose to stitch her corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong.
Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path from her mama. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? Oh, sorry. This was so dramatic, but... Okay, wait, so... Because before, when... Is it... maybe it is this. When... So basically, Van Zeke said, right before they arrested Genshin Impact Asogi, right? He and Kazuma's dad, Genshin, were like, they were like on a walk or something, and they got attacked by like a bunch of thugs. And then, or I don't know, was it thugs? I don't know. But one of them shot at Van Zeek's. And then Genshin shielded him, right? And by taking the bullet. But then I think Van Zeek's probably passed out or something at that time where he can't really quite remember what exactly happened. But maybe they took the ring when that happened, right? Oh shit. Whoa, writing! The one I recounted to you before, about a memory I have of Genshin Asogi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago, on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep, you're coming with us.
Yeah. All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by thugs. By scarves, I can't speak. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all. What? Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in the short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what the thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. You set the whole thing up so we could paint him as a mass murderer and have him arrested. I'm waiting for the judge to yell. Kazuma, open your eyes. Yunosuke? That's race. I mean, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at that moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this? Every time they say it, I have to say... Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face. As if you were Lady Justice herself. It would seem you thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so, you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. What? Though it's extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asugi have not disputed and findings in his trial? And... oh my god, y'all. Oh! Oh, oops. Oh no, I moved the mustache. I'm sure it's still fine. Move myself down a bit. And then, no, it's too tall. It's too tall. It's starting to be a very weird stream for something that's more serious. In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Shagging the protein drink. Yes, that's indeed correct. Yeah, right. That's the weird thing, is that apparently, like, Genshin Impact, Genshin Asugi, like, he just kind of, like, if he was falsely, condemned, right? He didn't, like, fight it off, you know? He just kind of was like, oh, okay, yeah, you know, you're wrong, but I'll take it. Like, what the hell? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. He's being blackmailed. Shit, maybe he was being blackmailed or threatened. Oh my god. Okay. The actions of a man who had accepted responsibility for his deeds is resigned to his fate. But then...
Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asogi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious contradiction. I can talk. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asogi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Sorry. Ugh. Genshin Impact Asogi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ugh.
Or maybe he was silent because he was literally wearing a giant metal mask.
But if that autopsy was all above board, then there would be nothing to stop Lord Strongheart bringing this trial to immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Oh. Cosmo? Wait, no. Yes. It is. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely.
Cosmo?
What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole... I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence. But there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Ooh. Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sentenced to his death? If the autopsy results were an invention. There's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Oh, those results were an invention, alright. There are no questions about that. Or are you forgetting that the two people with a connection to autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me?
Cosmo-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could I have been part of some negotiation, perhaps?
Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly oh boy. Hold on, let me save. I have a feeling it's the Asogi papers, but I don't know for sure. Okay. Okay, so this one here. I hereby request upon my death that all material possessions go to my son. Okay. It is with deep sadness I accept my fate in this foreign land. In knowledge that I will never see my home. I regret nothing about my chosen path. No, it doesn't really say that though, does it? Or... rose-tinted glasses of hate. Yeah. He no longer is so blindly focused on Van Zeek's being guilty. We love character growth. Kazuma!
Request upon my death any other day. Deep sadness that I accept my fate in this foreign land. The knowledge that I will never see my home again, but I regret nothing about my chosen path. No, I mean, it feels like it has to be this, but it doesn't really make sense.
Take that!
This is the defense. Oh no, it's not it.
As I indicated before, my patience for rhetoric is growing thin. Okay, yeah, I got it wrong.
You could have at least accompanied that with penalty with the explanation of why the answer is wrong. Yeah, right?
If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial?
If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face.
So, if we're right about the autopsy results, there must be some strong reason for his silence.
Tug the ear? Well then perhaps he was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? What does clemency mean? Also, I feel like if we have to tug the ear, they'll probably make us do it. Like, they'll lead us up to it. They'll be like, Yunosuke, or I mean, Naruhodo-san. It's like, do you know what we have to do? You gotta tug Sherlock's ear. Clemency, mercy. Okay. Some sort of... Ah, that could be it. The men would like to... Enough murder. Or must be shown evidence. Okay. Some kind of... Clemency. Clemency... No... What if I do try to tug this ear? No, just... I'll find out when the time is right. Okay, yeah. Prince Art... No... Wow, look at Van Zeke smiling. Crazy! Okay. Explain there to be silence in court. What could explain why he wouldn't say anything? What would he why? Why wouldn't he say anything? It's probably threatened blackmail somehow. But what would that be? Actually, Karma? Cardama? Karma?
Take that!
The armband. Oh bro, what if it is? No, that was before Genshin was here, yeah. Okay, hold on. So we're right. There must be some reason for his silence. Saying nothing in exchange for some sort of mercy. Saying nothing in exchange for clemency. Letter introduction, dismissal notice, over. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Apparently no. No. It's Sherlock Bunny. I don't know. What? Picture of the three people? That's with Lord Van Zeeks, his brother, and Bergson. But I don't know. But like, what would that be, you know? I'm gonna check the wiki because I'm stumped. And what? What? I don't get it. What? Hold on. Huh? What? Where's I was in silence in court. Silence in court. They said it's because of. No, they said it's because of the dismissal note. What? How is it this? Notice dismissal, Chief Warden Daily Vigil. Relieved his boat. It's Vigil's dismissal note. Code of principles. All rights to. Okay, right. Aiding and abetting the escape from the present. Okay, details escape pursuing. But why would he? Why would he? Why would he not say anything because of? What? Oh, wait a second. Did he not say anything because he knew he could escape? After. Oh yeah, Tyler gifted a sub to you. Indications that the jailbreak plot was conceived to convicts prior to the convicts' incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some sort of negotiation with the prison staff in order to secure assistance. Is that why? Because he knew that he wasn't actually going to get killed, so he didn't say anything. Welcome! Please use all the emotes that you can.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asuki's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there are suggestions that some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asuki and the British government. Ooh, that's a cold, icy stare. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yeah. Okay. Yes. With that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asuki can be explained in no other way. So basically... So he knew that he was gonna escape after being sentenced to death, right? So he didn't say anything. So they probably did that because they wanted to sort of demonstrate. It's like, oh yeah, look at how cool our British court systems are, right? And we're so fast at reaching a verdict. But they knew that he was probably, or they knew that he wasn't like 100% guilty. Like they didn't know for sure that they were guilty because they faked the evidence. So they had him escape instead as a sort of like, thanks for being our scapegoat, now go run along. What? Okay. Order. First, fabricated evidence. Now a jailbreak conspiracy? Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses? People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Oh no, it's gonna be Caden. Governor Caden. The poor chief warder of the prison. And the poor chief warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. Don't tell me you brought him. Oh my god. The red string and corkboard. They're linking it all together. What? Father? My dear friend may appear a little rat-pated at times, but I can assure you that he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Damn, Sholmes, you're so good! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared it at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Ooh, Strongheart eating his words. Ah, man, justice tastes so good. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than to lay this business to rest once and for all. Ooh. Ooh. Why isn't Sholmes the attorney? Because he's a detective. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Oh boy. Oi, Barry Caden, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jaunty little tidbit. Your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. It doesn't even serve cold. It's piping hot justice. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor? We've already been through this before, a decade ago. And the conclusion was that there was not anything too untoward what happened. What? It happened 10 years ago, yeah. It's okay, they microwaved it and heated it up. It's still piping hot. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. Oh, well... The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he was escaped to prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in a plot to break Mr. Asogi out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Well, no pressure, Cosmo. Like, what the hell? The microwave of justice. Guys, what the... Hold on there, laddie. All I did was... Witness. Governor Caden. Huh? Aye, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country. A great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asogi, if you threaten the witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. Ooh. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asogi out of Barclay 10 years ago. Jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I signed the conflict to the chief warder Vigil here, and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asogi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I do not if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty Twilight Sparkle, Great and British Empire.
A directive from the prosecutor's office? Are you saying that was the jailbreak plot?
Aye, that's right.
So it's from the prosecutors? What? Who sent it? Who authorized that plan?
I do not ken that.
You're saying you don't know?
Listen, there wasn't a thing about that professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I did not ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I cannot tell you.
I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asugi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asugi's admitting crimes he didn't commit. Counsel has nothing to do. It's nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely. I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Nipponese are fiercely tenacious. Oh. Very well. Proceed, counsel. I'm so sorry. I'm addicted. And I can't stop. The jailbreak plot. The VOD is always up. It'll be on YouTube too, so. And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive?
Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official.
But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it right away. And it wasn't me.
I cannot even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office.
What?
There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication of who was behind it.
You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come up from somebody in the authority, I suppose.
Lies on the ground, as it were. Did not bother with idle speculation. We just get the job done.
You can't watch a 6-hour VOD? What? You can power through it? No, usually, I mean, during long VODs, I just kind of skip around.
Send the convicted ship ordered vigil here and put the plan in action behind the scenes.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all? That's right. My only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor?
Awkward. Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it.
Fuck you. Alright then, who else didn't know about the plan?
I've known the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business is basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I would not be surprised if there were other folk in the prison service who had been given similar orders.
So, you don't know who else was involved?
Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the range was Dr. Stevens.
Dr. Courtney Stevens? Or Dr. Scythe, as she's known now. Why did I have to go get caught up in such a terrible business? Oh, I forgot the British accent.
I was responsible for Asuki right up until the night of his execution. I knew that, okay. Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the led up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual. Exception after exception. After all, he was a professor. The man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment.
The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who had taken the lives of 5 of the country nobles.
Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you?
Lost, Vigil. Well, I cannot apologize enough.
No, Governor. I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened.
Damn!
And what else can you tell us about the situation in Governor Caden?
Ugh. I don't think if there was some negotiation between the convict and the prisoner.
But you've already acknowledged that orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must be some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation.
Alright, well, be that as it may, I do not care anything about that. The witness stand is no place for telling what you don't know. For sure, I can that much, I do.
Then I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. Ooh. So, you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it is. That's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you still won't break your silence.
All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's great Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety?
I did everything I could at the time.
As you know, Genshin Asugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after his escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too?
My instructions were to get what? My instructions were to do with getting the jock out of the jail and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? Is this guy okay? He's saluting now? What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? What Governor Caden was saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors, in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But as you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. But the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chatteries of an escape? Ah, yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asugi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison, as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in the vast chamber of secrets, says Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that never quite makes sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak between Asuki and the body at top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts you have by amending your formal testimony. Oh, go ahead. Boy, go on then. Ooh, that cold ass stare. Seems to me that Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Oh. Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely? Well, I cannot see that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence? Oh, did the counsel have no conclusive evidence against Carly, eh? What? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. What? Okay. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. The papers, then? So Asuki-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimatize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo? No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Well, in that case, we must keep digging until we identify the problem. There's a day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. Okay, so I think it's probably the papers then? The papers... Wait, let me save. Back. Save. Did it just autosave there?
Objection!
Aha! It is! Wait, but please explain. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Kenshin Asuki was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word, executing him behind closed doors anyway. Also, I think the autosave happened like 6 seconds. Like, before I saved. Crazy timing. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asuki must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon.
Oh, heavens, the fellow couldn't possibly have anything like... Couldn't have possibly have anything like that.
But you know what? You know that he did, Governor. The Asogi papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asogi.
Oh, shit, I shouldn't have given you that.
As it turns out that Mr. Asogi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Warder Vigil caught him with it one day.
You screamed, did you weird rat? Did I not tell you to keep that rich secret?
You're the one who showed us the papers, bro. You can't touch me now. Stop shaking him! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of the will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asogi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now.
A weapon?
And after that, the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak. That document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Oh, well, yes. All the prison warders searched through the belongings in the cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asogi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would it be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asogi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow.
Oh, gee, what the blazes are you blabbering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be.
How? But how could that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place, from top to bottom. Oh my god, stop grabbing his tie!
Oh, you didn't have to do a proper job, eh, you pinwheel galoot?
You can't criticize me now.
I showed you the boy, didn't I know you're a lawyer?
Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese, and it reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asogi. Which means, everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asogi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Okay, I'm not crazy then. Yeah. Okay.
Are you suggesting, my learned friend,
that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we only have the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least, sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly, we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asogi papers. A waste of time. The will is fake. Where's the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're gonna do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. Oh, it's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded and disseminated for a prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just gonna gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say?
Whoa! We should appear more from the street forward and have him testify again. The trial must go on! The man's voice must be heard! It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then. Let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw on the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. The hype men in the crowds are back again. Asogi papers. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asogi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. We turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I found out about the Asogi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. A kimono, I think it was called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar once, and you wait blah blah blah. Huh. There's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Hold on. Excuse me? Huh? What? Other than the hold you like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? You're gonna pull me like this? You're very good at miming, Vigil. It's almost as if there's a ghost there dragging your cravat. Like, how'd you do that? Wow. Is Kaden a psychic? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Or are you too scared? Ah! He grabs it and he... Little and large. What a double act. We've compiled... If the witnesses are done fighting each other, we've compiled Asogi's will as far as was possible. All his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. Bruh. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Oi, you cannot deny handwriting is that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And his last will and testament was the man's fast weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Yeah, but not his ring, apparently. That was... right? You're like, nah, it's too geeky. It's too D&D. It's too Genshin-y. We can't give it back. Just for your sake. So, counsel of the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. As no order responsible for conduct, I continued and kept watching myself. So, would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asogi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days are very much numbered. In all honesty, it really didn't strike me as one man capable of mass murder. The impact. If we had given the ring back, his son would have turned out the same way. Yeah. Probably because there was evidence and whatnot. Right? So they had to be kept. But no. It's because they didn't want his son to become a Genshin Impact player. He didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know. That's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply.
I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. Yeah. He was so tranquil and intelligent. Put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. And after he was found guilty, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right.
Like the bad part here, you didn't tell me? A brand breach of trust, that was.
I could see that man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly.
But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever.
Yes, you are quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned?
That was before the man was reprimanded in Barclay, obviously.
Yes, at the prosecutor's office under supervision of relevant authorities. What? I personally instructed Asagi to make the will for the benefit of the family in his homeland. In that case, why was it found in his cell?
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, if it was penned in the prosecutor's office, you would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely? It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict cell.
Oh, well...
Defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor?
Prison governor cannot be expected to carry out inner workings of the prosecutor's office.
In that case, Lord Strongheart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter?
I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now.
I would have to consult with the notary responsible with the will at the time. Someone from the gallery just yells that sounds like a load of BS. The fact my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Well, the thing is about that will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after execution Ventuno Vale.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it, is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "It cannot have disappeared completely," in my face.
Aye, well, it's due to the government to keep everyone going, blah, blah, as they should.
I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Reshinar Hodo.
The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who had risen from the dead.
Oh, you mean...
The article based on Mr. Drever's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the accusation was made. That you aided Genjo Asogi to escape from prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that.
As a governor of prison, I had no choice. I could not have done anything else.
I found out about the Asogi papers when the directive came telling me to.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak?
Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office.
What name was on it?
I did not ken before I did not ken now. And I did not ken now. I don't know. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The river said they had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell.
Document. Was that the wording? Document, not will?
Oh, aye. That's what it said.
Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asuki's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Document was in a folded fellow's robe. A kimono, I think it was.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asuki's kimono?
R. The one he brought with him when he was locked up.
Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand.
That's right. He was guaranteed as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution.
Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. A sword?
Karma.
Karma, the famous sword of the Asuki clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it being the soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? I can hear your thoughts. Oh, right.
The warriors carry firearms at times, and inmates have shackles around their ankles. You could not have hurt anybody with that thing.
Still, he was allowed a sword but no writing materials?
Aye. He wrote that will after he... no, he wrote that will before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see?
They have ESP, they can like read each other's thoughts. Sounds like a soulmate AU story. Dr. Mikotoba was asked to bring necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A scissory inkstone, a black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice paper, no doubt.
I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say, the letters just look like squirming mess of jet black airworms to me.
Excuse me!
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! Miss Scarlet, sir! What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out loud like that. Wait a second. No. Wait. Huh? Was the ink scarlet? Less wait and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly, or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asks that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibly or possibly not important detail.
Permission granted.
Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink. But perhaps it was written in scarlet. Wait. Where's his? This is Clint's. Okay. No, that's Clint's autopsy report. Clint's autopsy report.
Objection.
Wait, no, I didn't want. Wait. Well, I was right, but still. Wait. Because I remember seeing that in here, the scarlet ink mention. Yeah, recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. Little and ring fingers of the right hand. But no document and corresponding ink was found. Yeah. What does that mean? It was on Clint's body, though. What? What? Okay. Okay. Alright. Anyway. Scarlet covered writing is not... Wait.
Wait, blah 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 blah. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. Oh, what? Again, you have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. Scarlet ink? Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess that they don't all go around with ink stains on their fingerprints, do they? Which is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have cleaned them immediately. What is your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink, it must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctual about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil, sir! When you spotted Mr. Asuki with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? Last will and testament. Oh! It's Clint's last will! This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament. Oh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asuki said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asuki. It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. No. What? What? Okay.
Objection!
This madness. My brother's last will and testament? That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. Or he was bleeding out and wrote it, but it's probably the former. Not impossible. No, impossible. That's utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks! Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done. Until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene. And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asuki came into possession of that document. So, what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever. Because armed with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy? Ah!
No, it couldn't be. Be what? What would it be? I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asogi had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. Okay. Have fun outside. Touch some grass. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. The black background. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is the unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Boy, I hope you know, Ryunosuke, because I'm lost. But it's just too hideous.
Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken?
Miss Susato.
So hold your head high, and keep soldiering on.
Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zeeks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asogi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is a mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke? As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks was in fact a report, an accusation, a confession. Boy, let me say. A report, an accusation, or a confession. The only thing I can think of it being is accusing Strongheart for the professor killings? Obviously, it must have been an accusation. An accusation. Yes, revealing the true identity of the professor. Which would explain why Asogi took it, since it was he who was implicated by the document.
Objection!
No, in that case, the will wouldn't have gotten Mr. Asogi any bargaining power at all. And you're suggesting that accusation was against some other person?
Objection!
No. If that were the case, the two men surely would have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. So I'm wrong. Then your whole argument falls down. Ah! Okay, so it's not an accusation. So then... Can I object to the penalty too? It's apparent that the defense explanation has no real substance. The line of inquiry is dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. I know you. You've seen the heart of all this, haven't you? I don't know, man. Best will and testament. Well, I mean, I'll get it eventually. There's only 3 choices, but... Or a report or a confession? Report... Confession? Confession of what? Clint Fanzeeks. I don't think... But... What? Oh... Maybe it's a confession? I mean, if he was ready to lay down his life for it, right? I don't know. Oh. You can do this, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zeeks actually penned that day was a confession. Confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? Wait a second. Are you saying that he's the Professor? Wait, huh? What? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... What? What? Lord Van Zeeks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asogi at all. No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zeeks himself. The other 2 guys going, holy shit, to Van Zeeks yelling. Wait, but how does that make any sense? Why is it Clint? Oh my god, we don't know enough about the dude though. It's finally open, is it? Pandora's box.
They've been thorough by the provisions, and Lord Kent said he was a paragon of justice in the capital.
But he was actually a mass murderer? A perpetrator of atrocities of a violent nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order of the country would have... My brother.
Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zeeks.
I wonder though, did he never suspect?
Mr. Naruhodo?
Lord Baron Van Zeeks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize that his older brother... what his older brother really was? What? Order in the court. Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecutor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Oh. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balamon. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him the Giant. His name started with a B, so it matches the collar that we found. What? Okay, that makes sense. Because I kept wondering, it's like B Baskerville. I don't know anybody with a name B. That in the collar looked super fancy too, so it had to be, you know, like somebody
rich, you know, who owned that dog. Okay. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he was following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. Jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you?
There's an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was pure gold, holy shit.
Yeah, this.
It was topped with a small crown and bore an ordinate capital letter B.
What? An emblem bearing the initial B.
Oh my, you know it?
It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Oh, never mind. There is a Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. What? That pure gold emblem was an heirloom, which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt, then, the collar you've described was Belmont's.
The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zeek's widow.
There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. It could equally have been from the human prey.
Was it true then? And Van Zeek's, it was the professor.
Impossible. These Japanese are making it all extraordinary of their own. Oh boy. So, in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew of that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of the unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil.
Well, can you deny it, Lord Strongheart?
10 years have passed. And still now, the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. What? Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to an uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Seriously? Oh wow. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society, watered solely by factories,
air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. But as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising, that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asuki, turned up at my office one night. Oh shit. The professor. Yes, beyond a shadow of doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion, while he commits these these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the state. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation from a visiting student. So he turned down Asugi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma-sama's father did?
He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. Put a permanent end to the professor killings. By taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Oh, that's what he meant when he told Visual that he's responsible for taking the man's life, right? Oh, I thought that was weird. So he did actually kill Clint. What the fuck? Oh my god, okay. As soon as I hurried to mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. And? What about the will? Asuki must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it? That you were behind it all? It was you, then, who pinned the crimes of my father. I did what needed to be done, in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. So, holy shit. Welcome back. My brain is... I did not see this coming at all. I thought for sure Strongheart was the guy who was behind it. But it was Clint? It was Clint, and then Genshin killed Clint. And then in order, to make sure that Clint's secret didn't get out, Strongheart manipulated everything to make it look like Genshin did all the killings, right? So Strongheart himself actually never killed anyone. So he's not really, he's only guilty of just of using power, I guess, right? In order to keep things secret, but he isn't, he isn't actually the murderer. Holy, what the fuck? God, I could never tell it was Clint from miles away. Oh my god. Okay. Really? Okay. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. Yeah, he's the Reaper now, but he didn't kill anyone before. He's the Reaper... Why is he the Reaper now? Oh, I'm sure they'll figure it out. We'll get to that later. Soon, somehow. It was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Oh, hey. Are you off your rocker? I can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asugi who murdered Lord Banziks. The house staff has made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Yes, well, I've no doubt that it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog, so we're short of murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. The chips. Oh, how we miss the chips. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. So, we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, Detective? Blimey. So, that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets. Yeah, Gregson. Poor Gregson. And Genshin's ring was taken. That was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? Detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned the discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in light of the decisive evidence, Mr. Asugi was found guilty of the crimes, was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. Oh right, we still don't know who actually killed Asugi then. Because he got shot after he emerged from the grave, right? But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It's extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Kazuma Asugi. Me? Yeah, they faked the evidence for a crime he did end up committing. Like, he did kill Clint Van Zieks, but he didn't do the rest of the professor murders, right? But they pinned the rest of Clint's crimes onto Genshin then. So like basically he was like, it was like half true, but all the other aristocracy murders done by the dog was not by him. Oh. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asugi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, Twilight Sparkle. So whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi, the gallows. don't forget, I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hasn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. You understand. So, what's it to be, Asugi? Kazuma. Oh, Dad! Dad! He did it for me. And I was told him at the time my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order, at any cost.
Objection!
I never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in the light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Maelstrongheart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrack Manseeks? Oh my god. That spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you?
What brazen...
I knew you played a part to perfection, but your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you're London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me were already too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that finger of guilt would never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod of the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago, when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Scythe. Dr. Scythe? So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who stirred the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire.
Lord Strongheart did it? An unforgettable collection of crimes, but still. All those died at the Reaper's hand were brought into court anyway. It's all in aid of keeping London safe.
There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial cannot go further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Yeah, he was desperate to keep the fact that Clint was the the professor, under wraps. Because that would, quote, disturb the whole system, the law, the justice, right? If another member of the aristocracy was killing people of the aristocracy. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong. Perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. No, they haven't figured that out yet. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a great source of turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. That made you suspect? Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once? Really? Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Eh? Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. If he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him, it was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother would have killed his friend and mentor. Shit. What? Fuck, maybe it is Strongheart. I don't know anymore. What? Huh? Okay. Sorry. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. Strongheart's thing. I'm just sitting here wanting to pin everything on Strongheart because I feel like it's just the easiest explanation, you know? He's got the power, he has the horniness for justice, right? And like he wants to kind of change the judicial system, right? Like it just kind of fits if it's just Strongheart, you know? But I don't know, cause I just, you know, because the thing he was talking about with the dog made sense. So this case is full of twists. Yeah. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But there are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woe-begone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. This is 2 pages. Did you just say 3-paged? Ayo, Strongheart, you know something we don't? You know, after all those, confused court things, I have developed a sixth sense for bullshit. He slipped! Yeah! The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I've explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Where's our objection? Objection! Yeah, objection! Yeah, the Scarlet document seems like it's kind of gone forever. Thank you. Cosmo? Me? If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. Oh, what discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in the courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question.
Well, it began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. But Lord Strongheart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length.
I merely pointed out that we can draw no further conclusions here, so where on earth is the contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. Time to identify who. It's Lord Strongheart! Ooh! I love it when I know what's going on. It was Lord Strongheart. I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Oh, we're gonna get... Neither Clint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asogi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asogi, and the three-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. Lord Strongheart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? One of the statements you made just a few moments ago. Something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. An inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction? With which piece of evidence, I ask you? This one? Oh wait, I forgot. It's this button. This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asogi. The two-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the three-page last will and testament. Ah. Could it be that originally there was a third page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile. But it's a mere trifle, I see. I think it could be an Ace Attorney character with all the accessories. Oh yeah, you know. And when I tell a lie, that's exposed on the stand. You know, the egg falls off and the boba goes splash. A trifle? Governor Kaden. Oh, what can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned the last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black, wearing rugged skulls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a third page at the time. What? What? Only the first two pages were actual will, though. Well, if I mind correctly, the third was a message to his lad back in Japan. Hey yo. The mustache twirls too, yeah. For legal purposes, we required... What? We required only his will. And we wouldn't have any uncomfortable words about Britain back to Japan, eh? And we wouldn't have wanted any uncomfortable words about Britain back in Japan, eh? So it was decided the third page oughtn't to be sent.
Objection!
So just didn't send it, yeah. How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. I can't say that word. As it happens, I have the third page. Oh wow, you have it! Third page of document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once this trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asuki's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. The cousin was like, wait, hold on, isn't that kind of personal? Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection!
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the contents of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the third page of the document for all present to hear. And Caden's just like, I don't know Japanese. Yes, sir! I should point out, oh, my lord. I can't actually read Wernham language. This beautiful handwriting, share you, Barry. Eh? What? Oh, hey! There you are, Mikotoba. If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court. They're just so squiggles. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally, I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. Perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Okay. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. What? That's the end of the message, it would seem. Oh, a haiku poem. Twist thy head. Other. What is Karma? The name of the Asugi clan's famous sword. A razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. Is there something in the sword? What? No way. Wait, oh shit! No way, really? Oh, you're so smart. Twist thy head and watch them fall. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he, confronted Inspector Gregson. Hey, cool. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of the court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In the pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zeeks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you? I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know more than what we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Unless... Ugh. Lord Strawheart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. Ooh. Heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never achieve the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson. They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends. And then you had them killed. However did you dress it up? However you dress it up, there's nothing fair or just about that. Is that a fucking smile? Lord Strawheart, what exactly is that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw from after the translation of your former associate's will? Don't fucking change the subject. In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it's supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. In which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Okay, alright. Okay, Ryunosuke. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over. But can I? Hang on. Can I check if the sword can even be open? Oh! Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall, all thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble.
Mr. Naruhodo, if I might take a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head.
Oh wait. He tried to twist his... Ryunosuke, no, that's not what he meant. Oh my god. Oh.
I once studied the history and development of katana some time ago. And I'm sure you're probably aware the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt.
Yes.
It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe.
Kashira. So, Mr. Asuki's word really meant twist the butt of the hilt? You don't think... Oh my god. Oh my god. You're a genius to the end. Ryunosuke.
Ah!
Look what's inside it.
Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? Wound sheet.
Oh shit. It is. It's a scarlet ink. It's written in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it?
Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end.
Clint Van Zeek's. And the date, 10 years ago, on that fateful night.
So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Karma, and nobody knew. We carried it around with us this entire time! The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeek's.
Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Well, I gotta read it now. For sure. Holy sh... Okay. Last will and testament. I can't look at it? I can't read it? What? Ace Attorney said no, we'll read it together. Okay, well, I have it now. Wait, my lord? As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. What? Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time. It reveals dramatically, yeah.
Objection!
I just realized that this thing he does, it's just him throwing the chalice, but there's no chalice in his hand. It's high time you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour. That had escaped everyone else's attention. Oh, nonsense. He's ran out of chalices. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say. The final, decisive piece of evidence will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you... Decisive? Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have. That you can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. And it's hard to speak. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Yes, Ryan?
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The armband! When it said twist the head, it actually meant the armband! Oh shit! It was in here! No. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. Oh, the way he laughs, he's so evil, come on. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document. Oh, the 360 is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh god, his face. Oh my god. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karma? An ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained his last... Can't read it. The ultimate weapon Genshin Asogi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years. Just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. Signature and seals certainly look official. Yes! Seriously! Can we like Ace Attorney is like it always feels like, okay, this is the end, this is the last thing. Nope! There's another big thing that's coming up. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's true. My brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Oh my god. I forbid the contents of the document from being read out. Did you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
Wow, someone's turning up a storm. You can't do that. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. The document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand you hand it to me. At once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? Ugh, what are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Oh, the leg! Do that, my lord. And you'll suffer a fatal blow as the Lord Chief Justice. I beg your pardon? Forcibly ending a trial without a good reason. And not any trial. A closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. You're gonna go against Twilight Sparkle just like that? Ugh. The light's mightier than the gavel. Ooh! Prince actually did pen a will that day. Exactly a young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear whatever's in that will. A right and a duty! Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going quite as you hoped. You fools. Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives it full support. Very well then. No, for God's sake. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. I can never betray you, my queen, even for justice. Oh my god. Yeah, it was a full breakdown, huh? The hour's 11 p.m. I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asuki stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that it may depart from this world with honor. The duel? An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are truly merciful people. Ooh, CG. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. Right. I will not hear discourse. What? I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. What? However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. Yeah, it does look like a typo. A demon who habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. Rife among the aristocracy, which is to me one of them so apparent. 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed a common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt at once was recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. Oh. Okay. Again, it was Lord Strongheart, who, he never actually dirties his own hands, but he just blackmails the people around him to do stuff for him, right? Or, I guess blackmail, yeah, or, whatever other word is similar to that, I can't think right now, but yeah. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me, sunk to the level of a wild beast. Yeah, exactly. And that explains why he killed his mentor, right? When Van Zieks, our Van Zieks, it's like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, why would he do that? There's no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asuki who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortion, male Strongheart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Oh shit, oh my god, that sent chills down my spine, holy shit. So, now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer, but somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Strongheart. It was you! Strongheart, a moment ago, claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. You weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me. The third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor, and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you? But you did, didn't you, Lord Strongheart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man? The Reaper, the Professor, the name that makes no difference. The name makes no difference. As we explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Legal whatever? Geshin Asogi. Well... yeah, it was... that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asoki's treatment after his reparation. Jigoku had fierce ambition. It made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood for trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Foreign Minister of Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, oh god, Asogi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Oh, because Drebber found him, right? There's an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own idea about digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. And not Drebber. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night. Last, people found out the convict wasn't really executed. The scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. Then what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jikoku. Shoot Asogi at once. He can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him that he would return to Japan. Or not, this is that guy. Everything has changed now. The truth got out because of this. Both of us will be finished. Forever. Come on, Jikoku, do it. Pull the trigger. Shoot! Jikoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his cloak. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Guess not. I mean, if they killed the grave robber, I feel like that would be even hard to explain. Even harder to. Are you serious? OBS? But if they killed the grave... oh my god. Hold on. Shigoku shot Asogi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close, the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs could carry him. Then Jigoku and I put Asogi's body back in the grave, from which he just emerged. When I later learned of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried, along with Asugi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. God, okay. The trauma was a bit subdued due to the fact of my Wi-Fi dying, but I find it's like, I think it's really interesting that basically Lord Strongheart has never actually killed a man. All he's done is manipulate a bunch of dudes into doing stuff that he wants to get done, right? Like even with the grave scene, right? He was with Judge Jigoku. And even though it was his idea to shoot the guy, Jigoku's the one who actually shot him. Like he told Jigoku to shoot him. So Strongheart has never dirtied his own hands before. Which is crazy, the way they did that. Because it kind of goes with, like, kind of like how a lot of these cases in the entirety of Greatest Attorney has been going so far, is that a lot of these cases are just, like, it feels... what's the word? Like, it's not a perfect case. Does that make sense? Like, you would expect, you know, like, oh, it's a killer, we finally caught him, and the killer goes, oh no, I admit it was all my fault, and then there's a huge, crazy, big breakdown sequence, right? You know? And for the most part, yes, those do exist, but, like, a lot of times it can end up as, like, it's an accident, or, like in the other case where it's like, the victim didn't even actually die, but like, and like the people who hurt the victim, like, didn't even know that they did such a thing, like they would, right? Or they were doing it in revenge, like very clearly revenge. And it was understandable. Or it's something like Strongheart, or like Giselle Brett, where it's like they're very clearly guilty, but you know, in Giselle Brett's case, like it's kind of like, well, you can't do anything about it because she's from Britain, which is an exchange student. And in Strongheart's case, it's like, well, yeah, he's guilty of all this stuff as for masterminding all these things, but he himself has never actually committed a murder, right? He's just told people to do stuff for him, right? And of course, like, if he were to actually be tried in a court of, I don't know what's gonna happen, I don't know how judicial systems work, but I feel like, you know, I don't know if he'll be guilty of like the same sort of severe consequence of actually killing someone when right, because he didn't ever actually kill someone, he's just told people and like blackmailed people to do some stuff. So I don't know if like his punishment wouldn't be as severe then, right? It's so weird to think about. Oh my god. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asuka in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Here's the thing, too. Like, this thing having Jigoku kill Genshin, did he actually do it, though? Like, that's a question. Because we can't really get a statement from him now, right? Because he's being sent away. And he can't really defy Lord Strongheart either, like we know that already. Damn, I don't know. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, He said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard. Oh, never mind. It probably was Jigoku then. Damn, fuck. Holy shit. By the time Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what could have happened if it came to light that he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. But how do you sleep at night? Kazuma? Seriously? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
Welcome back! I thought you were going to sleep. Good morning. Oh my gosh. Well, hopefully we can, you know, get to the end of this. It feels like we're at the end. There's not much more we can do and say, right? I don't know. That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you. Saved Clint Van Zeeks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. Oh, I'm sorry, the notification probably popped up again. And then, you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It's the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see that? Can't you see all I've done for my country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing wrong. Or, I mean, you've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zeeks who's worked tirelessly to justify and justly in court, while enduring the disgrace of Reaper's name. And Inspector Gregson fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asogi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth he tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. Oh shit, wow, he's really... When will you get it through your thick skulls? Kinda not really. No. That it was all for Queen and the country? I'm tired of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. Nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest that you don't ever talk about justice again. Oh. Yet another scream. Mikoto. Holy shit, he is Damon Gant. Oh, well, dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced in Queen's English. Really, a friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. You fraud. Keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and, how did you put it, done nothing? I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No? What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. I just realized his hair is like more pointier, isn't it? Like it's like stood up. And what? Threatened him? The sass on this man's slow cap. Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses of our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell here requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. So, let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murder of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and the prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Order in the capital would completely break down and be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then. A public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. Also, there's another interesting part of this. It kind of mirrors what happened in the last case of the first game, right? Where basically, oh shoot, I forgot what his name is. I think it was Graydon or something. You know, he was another really pale guy, right? He was the main culprit in that case. But Van Zieks had said something to him where it's basically like, wow, you know, McGilded was bad, but in order to take revenge on McGilded, you did all the bad things that McGilded did, right? And do it for Raleigh and Patricia P. And Strawheart's doing the same thing. He says like, oh yeah, all these people, you know, all these horrible people in the aristocracy who's using the justice system, you know, I'm getting rid of them, I'm doing a good thing, I'm keeping justice. But he's also, you know, he's also doing the same thing they're doing by blackmailing people and manipulating people and whatever. You're right. We should do it for Raleigh. You know that one, like, do it for them meme. Do it for Raleigh and Patricia P. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected from this trial.
all these other matters that had just been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings, in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. I pressed the wrong button. No! I didn't want it to stop! Don't look at the armband. Focus on me. Well, my lords and ladies and gentlemen, what say you?
A harsh report. Late Lord Strongheart has done a quite unforgivable.
On the other hand, it is our duty to maintain law and order in capital.
We can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate.
By favoring the foe, it's all thanks to Lord Strongheart. What?
Are you hearing this?
The will of the British judiciary? Yeah, I would take a fucking sip too. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation in his favor. Lord Strongheart really is a master of manipulation.
You've conclusively proven his guilt. Yet, he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do.
Ryunosuke, looks like the trial is really going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. What is this?
There's only really one path left open to me.
Raise an objection, use wait a me. With 2 lives less. Oh man. I don't have any evidence. Raise an objection? Yes, when all the games are over. It's the obvious choice. Let my voice reverberate around the courtroom and make people listen to reason.
Objection!
That was the easy part. Testify means stronger. It's like, wait, which one are we doing this time? But what do I say next? As a man who has fought many battles in this very courtroom, let me offer you some advice. Objections need substance behind them. Otherwise, they are merely objectionable. Oh no! The defense has no objection to be penalized.
Fear not, Mr. Naruhodo. I certainly won't object if you decide to make perhaps a wiser choice now.
Yes, right, a wise choice, of course. Here it comes. It's just like, Naruhodo, please,
Stop being an idiot.
it's all too well. The only thing that carries any weight in the court is hard evidence.
But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use in this stage at this stage in the trial?
Yeah, I don't have any evidence, that's why I said objection. But, okay. I have an idea. You too? Don't know whether anything will come of it, but... if there was ever a time of using something... Oh wait, shit, is this Sherlock Bunny? Is it Sherlock Bunny? Wait, hold on. I need to save desperately, but... It's the armband. I can pull the ears, right? I don't know. Well, I mean...
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier.
We've exposed all of Lord Strongheart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl.
So I think it must be time for the great detective to take center stage, don't you? Oh my gosh.
Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave!
Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking quite in the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here.
Mr. Naruhodo, he's...
What? Is that a projection? wait. Hold on. What year are we living in? I wasn't expecting you back, Mr. Sholmes. Delighted to be here again. Oh, it's Strongheart. What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is the closed court. You've been warned once already, man. Oh, that's why. What the heck? What the? Well, we can't get a hold of him, my lord. Oh my god. We just go right through him. Yeah, how did Irons do this? I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see? The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. God. Don't tell me he's gonna do the logic and reasoning spectacular like this. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. But, Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is the greatest of Ace Attorney games? Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I heard that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo.
The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place.
Quite, sounds are transmitted. So cannot images keep them company, I've mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day.
Modest experimentation, Mr. Shells? What a modest description!
And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes? Now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shocker arrival.
Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned, given being the great detective's great partner.
Leave my courtroom at once. Get out, or I swear to you. Dear me, you on the other hand, Lord Strongheart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? The very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. Garden? Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. Why are you there? What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace. What's Buckingham Palace, Mrs. Zoto? I've never heard of it.
Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo?
Mr. Sholmes? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well, now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. Twilight Sparkle herself. What? What? She's with Twilight Sparkle? What on earth is this all about?
Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto.
In Twilight? Order. Order in the court. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty, the Queen. You can't be. I mean, no. This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective. That's all. Unforgivably distasteful trickery with an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presumed that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings, so I decided to show her everything, from start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph. What? You meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. I just appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. Oh, just as I. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean. Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assumed there would be an objection. After all, every trial in this country is conducted under the of Her Majesty, as you know. I'll confess, I'm quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've been engaged over the past 10 years. No, I was merely...
It's Iris!
I'm so sorry to keep you waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about.
Vicky! Iris, there you are.
In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty.
A message? Well then, if everyone's sitting comfortably, forthwith, and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Male Strongheart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by a jury in the coming days. So it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. It seems that Her Majesty has a brain, thank God. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all. Male Strongheart, darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law, and of Her Majesty the Queen, you're nothing but a criminal. This is way more satisfying, thank God. Thank God, shut. Oh! Twilight! Oh! Oh! Whoa! Seriously, OBS? Oh no, it didn't hit him! Oh wait, no, it didn't hit him! Oh my God! Lord Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asuki's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. I couldn't find a damn document. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume.
What do you mean?
The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asogi's escape, he could emerge with the will somewhere on his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. Sorry, Lord Van Zeeks.
In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case.
Sorry? How can that be?
There's more to his last will and testament.
What?
Oh,
As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother, Barak. You have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancements. I ask not for understanding, for none could understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness.
Asuki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. Oh. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks.
Oh. Clint. Male Strongheart. You concluded with Seisho Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans, and you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. Yeah, that was his goal. These last 10 years made me realize that being Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly, in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you have killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as...
You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Oh. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. Oh, is he gonna... Oh wait! No, Santa's back! What? I thought, for a second, I thought Shones was gonna beam up there and be like, haha, not guilty. And it was like, you don't have any authority to do that. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old fan. Old friend. My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. I must say, what the fuck, man? I mean, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil I witnessed here today. Oh. Darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks, in no small part, to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo.
Yes, my lord.
On behalf of everyone here and present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks.
You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimidations. That if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it.
What?
But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese after the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent.
Oh, Lord Van Zeeks.
Oh, you are our friend! No, friend is going too much. Come here, let's have a hug! No! When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody. Certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely been made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asugi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Susato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. Now the best is actually ours. What? Well, I'm aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes, even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively, even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruhodo, I will compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Strongheart, Your Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you, your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it appears that this long trial has finally come to an end. Jesus Christ. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure we'll meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baron Van Zieks. Well, that would mean another murder has occurred. And we don't want that to happen. Oh, you're right. You're quite right. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron Van Zieks, not guilty. Let's fucking go! Yeah! Ah, the fireworks, the fireworks. That is all. Order's adjourned. Oh. Alright, I saw the band. Oh, yeah. The 4th of November, 4:21 p.m. The Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruhodo, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. Come on, Susato, you're literally, like, holding my hand through stuff. Like, come on. It was a very splendid show, that, Mr. Naruhodo. I'd have thought that you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing.
Oh, well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will be so much better.
I don't know if I'm ready to see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face. Is he gonna smile? I don't know. I feel like, cause I mean, looking at young Van Ziek's smile, it's like, it's a bit awkward. I've never seen this man smile. I don't think I'm prepared to see his man smile. Miss Susato? Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder.
Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed.
Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. Were you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrate today? Well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth that you could have ever imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you've held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in this darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just a feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight for the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you.
What magnanimous words! I'm quite certain that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here,
Oh no, is he not? Is he also not gonna be smiling? Kazuma. Miss Susato? There's another face like thunder here.
Oh my, and he really was here.
Lord Transcedes. You see that transition? He slid down a bit. I was like, Kazuma, you're not as tall. Get down there. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me? On or curse me? You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. And it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin Impact. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you can know. I will hold them dear.
Kazuma-sama.
I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me.
What's that?
The will that Lord Clint Van Zieks wrote before his duel with my father. Suki is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is, the one that he can't be written. Second, I cannot commit to paper. I've confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. My eternal gratitude to my new Japanese friend. I rest my quill. Clint Van Zieks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Think perhaps? Oh. I might be able to shed some light on that. What?
Father?
It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. You've been through this already. You don't have to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. Is it about Kazuma? Or... You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm gonna tell you an address. Oh, I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way. Iris! Isn't it? And she's with child. The birth is imminent. As a medical man, I'd like you to attend to her. Please. You're her only hope. By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? No fucking way. Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew. As his dying wish. Wait. Wait. Wait, was it Clint? Clint is Iris's dad? Is that what it is? And his wife was pregnant and what? Oh my god. Shit. Like, it would work. It would work. It would work. Crazy. That's crazy. What the fuck? I thought the game was done fucking my mind over, but I guess not. It does not rest. It's revelation after revelation. Holy shit. Oh my goodness. I swore to the man that I would help. That I could do whatever I could for his wife and unborn child. But if something were to happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow, Mike, you're going to be... You never know. You never know, though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I will head there at once, with Seichiro and... No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you. And only you, Yujin. We already know Seishiro's a crazy bitch. Alright, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train to Paddington. From Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house. In the middle of nowhere it was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. Ooh. The Baskervilles. The poor woman was on the floor, in the back of a dark room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters, precipitated labor before she weakened further, but it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. So... Iris is... technically... Iris Baskerville? Or... Iris Van Zeke sounds weird. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I cared to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather, with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. Yeah. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zeeks? That's right! The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth would then Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? Van Zeeks, have you looked at yourself? I mean, I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said that he confessed everything to his wife. So she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of an infamous mass murderer. Oh. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honors my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later, I was summoned back to Japan. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me.
Oh, how awful.
I was completely at a loss.
In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if you could be a father to her.
That being Mr. Sholmes, I presume?
Yes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot.
Mr. Sholmes. He has a heart of gold.
Really, all that can be said that I did for the child.
Yeah.
Was to give her a name.
Oh? Oh my god.
When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl.
Oh. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. I am a Mikotoba. Oh,
That's right. I am, or in English, Iris.
Iris. I had no idea. Ding dong. Ow! Oh wait, he's calling from the bunny? Or is that what it is? Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? This little thing just pinched me from behind my trouser pocket. Hard! Oh, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ow! Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you.
Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius.
Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. If I had become apparent, it had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures.
Bruno, Susie!
Oh, Iris.
Uh,
All three of them. They're like, wait. Oh my god.
Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious.
Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris.
Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too.
What? Now it's so awkward now. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Billy, flustered by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Really? Oh, poo.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promised now, I won't let you forget. Bye for now then.
Alright, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier.
Oh, that was nothing. Just come back soon.
Oh, ow! Ugh. One final pinch goodbye, was it? Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Oh, don't go. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Oh, wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh, no.
I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor's case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So, as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Are those the actions of a man once feared by the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon. Or I read that wrong. Feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey. For the past 10 years, you endured that pseudonym and had been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely? Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Smell Asuki. Seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Hmm?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner.
Oh, we must. Yay! It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Oh, right. Mikotoba's question, right? Did we just leave this out from yesterday? It just wasn't touched. I'm home. Oh! Ah!
About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo.
What are you doing with that colorful piece of history?
It's a party, innit? It's gotta go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you make off fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who can help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this quite more story. Oh, I assure you, it will defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikotoba. The world-famous great detective, regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes, because I was there. I say, Mikotoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, chums. What? You were? Then why didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time.
Bruno, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come in and take a seat. Time to feel me boots. Time to feel me boots. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup, I'm losing me Copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. Gina, no!
You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny?
Well, the boss ain't around it no more, so...
Oh.
And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept the diver turned dick, is he?
Well, people can change, you know? He called you a reliable witness before.
Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully ordered to retrieve the bailiff of the now defunct piece of evidence. It's the inspector's pocket watch. Oh, and it's his theme. And the crown's been reattached. Oh,
That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of great achievement at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it's measured every second of the man's remarkable career.
But now it's stopped.
Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. By taking on the great responsibility of finding that watch every single day again.
Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss.
Yeah, Ginny, he was.
Oh yeah, I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd be a proper detective one day and track down your old man.
Oh no, oh no. Oh.
Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear. I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming.
I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yeah, I think, Gina, it might be best to...
Well, I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. It?
Iris?
Well, obviously, I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Bruno, Professor Mickey.
Oh no, not at all, dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone.
Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Hurley?
With every word, Iris. I think, Mikotobo? Yes, Jones? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh! 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery. I mean, I can't. What? Hold on, give me a sec. I can't. Words are hard. Reading is hard. Why do I play visual novel games when reading is so hard? For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. A moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. I should never have experienced it. Were it not for you. You old softy, Sholmes. I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say?
Oh well, the food would go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Curly?
Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? I mean, you can play while everyone's eating. Even amidst the most troubling of cases. Even revealing the most shocking of revelations. Returning in the evening to the suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. 4th of November, 9:37 p.m. Naruto Legal Consultancy. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. But I think now, time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Oh, so he is gonna decide to go back to Japan then. Haruhoda? Oh, Professor.
Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room.
Yes, Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needs to take care of. What?
Ah, I see.
What's Susato doing?
I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier.
Oh?
With Iris, I mean. When the subject of her father came up.
Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
I made up my mind many years ago to never tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all.
Lord Clint Van Zeek's final wishes before he died, you mean?
Yes, I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know? Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example.
That's why?
When I realized Sotsuki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. We stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskervilles insignia left me in no doubt.
Baskerville.
If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you might have made a connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time.
Ah, yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles.
Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on a grim reality of a huge beast. Based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating.
I see. Something I never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean.
Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, do you see? I'd read about it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course.
Ah. So, Sholmes did send him a copy, right?
Yeah. It was the only case Sholmes and I have ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping.
So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father?
That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted.
Oh?
I think at some point in the future, time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best.
I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too.
Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you?
Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan.
Are you quite sure?
I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think.
I see.
Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February... Aw. My becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself.
Path of the defense lawyer, eh?
Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going back to. What? That's what I'll be going back to. What? That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. Oh. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. For generations to come! Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there.
I have. Very well then, I must say. It's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days.
Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame.
Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night.
I'm guessing Susato-san overheard? Yeah. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes. I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well... From the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So, you've made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I didn't want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh, no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you decided, Naruto-san. You did? Susato-san. Oh, yes? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He will certainly benefit greatly from a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, it's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yeah, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say it one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So, if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Oh man, not the docs. Oh gosh. 17th of November, 5:42. Whoa, it's close to my time right now. Crazy. Well, we mashed up, huh? Port of Dover, Quarry side. I can't believe this day's finally come.
You're really leaving then, Runo?
I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea.
Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will.
Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. For a while, at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while.
I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think.
Alright, Iris, you do that. Honk.
Susato-san.
Oh, it's voice.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke,
He's here!
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital. But,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Yeah, and hopefully you won't be cut off this time.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day.
Oh.
It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector. But it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on. I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba?
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Oh my god, you two.
Ah!
What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry.
She made her decision the day before. Come on. Or not the day before, or whatever. The same day. Come on, Ryunosuke. She knew.
As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
ship's about to leave!
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Ooh.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that. Partner,
Oh man.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
as if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude.
Oh my god. This man's not humble at all.
Especially when I visit you in your country. What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes! Would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
Aww.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain.
Oh, there they go.
A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again, no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
Oh no.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy. The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
Aww.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Oh my god. Oh, hold on. I'm thoroughly into oh, but I'm no preparer of electrical goods. You went promise clothes put it yesterday. Anyway, I've decided that I can't do this right now. The Empire of Japan, perhaps. I understand the wardrobe class and codes. No charts whatsoever. Oh god.
Yeah, you know, Sean's in Japan someday once he figure out some money.
I gave a note to Hurley the other day. It just said, "Thank you for everything, Daddy." Oh, but it made Hurley cry. They gave him some lotion and he went as well to dye his hair red safely. And he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it.
Oh man. Okay, those days when I was known as oh, I can't do this right now. But your presence by my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pursuit of it, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. The darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too, but in the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must stride forward towards a brighter future. So it is his brother's prosecutor badge, yeah.
Oh, Gina, Boss let know for me, you know? Now I can write every letter now, A to Z, a whole lot. It's cleared loads of stuff up. Boss was trying to protect me, see?
Uh-huh.
And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here are gonna be doing for the Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before, you know.
Oh, Gina. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. It might be a diamond heart, but it's a good heart. Remind me that I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's time out to London town for the pursuit. And then I've got to complete your education and no introduction, a la Gregson. Oh, sorry. His smug face. Oh, what the? Why are you here? Oh, right, you did appear. Your Excellency, blah blah. Objection. Sosuke has so many cats. Alright, women are forbidden in the courtroom.
Oh really? My friend Sue says in British court all the time, and he's doing a wonderful job.
Why is Hosonaga all beaten up? So I should have agreed to serve as a ruler. I'm gonna go back and read these because I missed some.
Oh, hey. Is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Yes, they are fish corpses on the whole.
I like to have my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
Aww. In the future, Gori becomes a master sushi chef instead. Nah, she's still cutting up bodies. Oh hey! Here I am again in Great Britain. On an adventure, my dear university friend sent me a very nice letter saying that he'll show me around and I see everything settled. What have I done? I was so excited I picked a splendid hotel. Now I can't afford a bill. Oh, Baroque, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes. Oh no. Oh, poor Vincey's gotta foot the hotel bill. Huh.
Oh hey. When I went to make the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. And even the witness stand of the highest court in the land did not speak of it.
Dang.
Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see?
or painful reproduction of the visage. So there's nothing we dispels would not do.
I wonder if she finished Sherlock.
I gave up after the head.
Or like, I got tired after the head. It's just the head on the ground. Okay. Oh.
Everyone called me got the path of life, you know? Everyone calls me a pipino. I still love the spaghetti. The more red I have my hair.
Everyone, they call me. Oh, no, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Daily, how charming. I made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're going to strike it rich together. Oh. Well, I mean, at least he's still, like, he and his wife are still on good terms. That's so good. At least he's still married. Yeah. Oh, cousin. I accepted a foreign study tour. I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended. I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I ended up on the dock, there's no one else I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care. Aww. Kazuma.
Oh, you've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest while you can. Once we arrive in Japan, we shall be busy establishing your new office. We're so delighted to be accompanying you after all. Your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers, the great ace attorney, some might say.
She said it, she said the title. She said the thing. She said the full title. Oh my god, again. Oh, wait. Oh, and the Dharma doll eyes filled in. Oh, wait, are we gonna walk again? Oh my god. Oh hey, oh man, it's Susato cross-drifting. So they really did just do that for the first case only. Oh, kitties! I thought like, oh, they made a whole model of her, so maybe. But no. Oh my god, Satsuki no Sanaga. Oh, none of the kitties went to Satsuki. I'm doing the same pose. Oh right. Oh man, I totally forgot about Miss Green and fucking Shakespeare. Holy shit. God, it feels like it's been so long since then. Stotsuki. Is he gonna keep going as we walk by? Is he not gonna stop? Oh my god. Endeavor. Oh, he's gonna do the robot as we walk by. And the balloon man with the balloon hat. And the little boy. Master Gods, I remember that. Madame Tuspells is still not done with Sherlock's head. Scythe and Gory. Oh! Airbrain, Vanzeeks. Oh, these guys. Hey, oh, someone's there twice. Oh, Sean's? Kirkson and Gina. Oh. Wow, guys. Oh, wow. Oh, that's where they're they're dancing together. Oh my god. Wait, it's Judge Jugo. Wait, no, he's doing the. Oh shit, what's that thing? It's a. I forgot what it's called. It's a move. I've definitely seen it before, but I don't know where it's from. Oh, cousin. Yeah, do the thing. Oh, and now they're back in Japan, right? Oh. Then that's it. It's done. What? Oh, yeah, it really was the resolve. And what? Oh my god! Wait. Oh. Oh my god. Both games ending CG was Yunosuke and Kazuma together. Sasuke Ace Attorney, always for the gays. I mean, oh man. What? Man, it was so good. It was so good. What the fuck? Okay. So, I mean, what there is to be said has probably already been said. Like, by me, that is. Because usually, if I have any thoughts, I probably said it already. Thoughts about the game and how it worked and the writing and stuff, right? God, okay, first of all, like, in terms of, I guess, difficulty in, like, mystery, deduction, and all that stuff, holy shit, were some of the things way harder than I expected. Like, cause I'm pretty sure the first case, as in, like, the first case of the first game, like, I breezed through kind of quickly. Like, it felt like, oh, you know, standard Ace Attorney stuff. It wasn't that hard to answer any questions, I would say, right? But, like, as it went on, it got increasingly difficult to keep up, right? So just, like, some of the things that they kind of expected you to figure out, I had no idea how I was gonna arrive at the conclusion. Like, it makes sense once you figure it out, right? But before that, it just feels like almost impossible. Like the Gregson being curled up in the ball, I never would have figured that one out. Oh my god. Yeah. I mean, that is just from personal experience, so there's probably people who are smarter than me. It's like, psh, you didn't know that? Such a... Yeah. I mean, just in that sense, I feel like it was really hard. In the other Ace Attorney games, I don't think there's been like anything that was too hard to figure out, right? I don't know. It's been quite a while since I played the other games, so I don't know. But yeah, that's the thing. The other thing is that at the very end, like it's not a bad thing. It's good, but like wow, the mind-blowing like plot twist things that were happening, like just just blowing my mind every 3 seconds, right? Especially the Clint being the professor. Like, absolutely, I had no idea about that. And like Lord Strongheart being the big bad in the end was kind of to be expected. But again, like the way it was, Lord Strongheart never actually committed murder himself. Like he's just good at manipulating people to do what he wants, right? Like he's basically the king in chess, to use a very stereotypical cliche example, where like he doesn't really do anything, but he can command everyone else or something like that. I don't know. I don't play chess. But like, yeah. Man. Like having him not actually be guilty of anything. Like he didn't, well, no, he is guilty of stuff, but like he didn't actually kill anyone, right? He didn't actually commit any crimes himself. He just manipulated people into doing it. That's like such an interesting like big final boss type of character, you know? Like yeah, in the end he got what he deserved, but it's pretty much only because Sherlock kind of foresaw it coming, you know, and got the fucking queen to dismiss him. You know, like without that, he probably would have gotten away with it. Or like, yeah, he probably would. Yeah, holy shit, man. Like, and like, I would say I think, like, Greatest Attorney does like a really good job of kind of highlighting like it's a more, how do I say it, like realistic portrayal of courtroom this is gonna keep doing courtroom cases, I guess, realistic for the lack of a better word, you know, but like what I said before, it's not really like oh yeah, it's you who did all the horrible things, you killed this guy and this guy, right? And now you're gonna suffer, and they're like, no! And then they do like a huge breakdown, and they're like, fine, I admit it, you know? Like, it's not a satisfying, that's what it is. Like, a lot of the cases don't have satisfying, captures, I guess, endings? Satisfying criminals, right? Like, even in the last case of the first game, which is probably the most satisfying out of all of them, because all the cases in the first game kind of, were kind of like, how to say, it's kind of like, not satisfying, yeah, right? The last case, even too, was because it was done out of revenge, right? Him killing Matilda, and then him killing the pawn brokery guy. on pretty much on reflex or on accident. Like he didn't mean to actually kill him there. That guy. Yeah. Crazy. Oh man. Also, I really liked the what is it called? The what minigames? The like this sort of like special ability, that sort of thing that they have. Because like in comparison to like the other Ace Attorney games, hold on, I think the music's still loud because I have to start talking a little bit quieter. So I don't want to wake anyone up. It's like 6 in the morning. So in comparison to the other Ace Attorney games, right? Like it's a lot more realistic. Like Cyclops, Apollo's wristband, you know, Athena's emotion thing, you know, like it's all super cool, right? But it's also kind of like, well, you know, in reality, no one's gonna be able to do that sort of stuff. Yeah. Right? So having a more grounded approach to solving problems was really nice. Because sometimes these things, like for example, I would say like in Polo Justice, where Polo has the ability to kind of like, oh, you know, you twitchy, that means you lie, right? And he does that to kind of uncover the witnesses' lies in the stand. And I don't know. It just felt like kind of awkward, because it was like, well, you know, that's not really like it doesn't feel like solid proof, right? Like, oh yeah, your nose hairs twitched, so you lied. Therefore, you know, this thing must be true because you're lying about it, or something like that. And it's like, well, that's not really. I wouldn't think that would pass in a real court of law, right? Oh right, another thing is that, holy shit! In Great Ace Attorney, perjury is a thing. What the fuck? Right? Like, what? People lying in court and they're actually suffering the actions or consequences? What? This is an Ace Attorney game, right? What? Yeah, that was really cool to see, actually. And yeah. What else? We're talking characters, man. God, Yunosuke is a great main character. Just say, I do like him a lot. I like Yunosuke a lot. Not cause he's like a little bit dorky, but you know, of course he's got the main character heart, I would say. You know, he can give the good speeches, and his head's in the right place, that sort of thing, right? Cosmo 2's, and okay, right, like like Cosmo being alive in that whole thing was, I mean, I don't know writing, I don't know literature or anything like that, but goddamn did it make me happy. God, I was like, oh man, I'm so glad Cosmo's alive, you know? Like, aha! Right? Because he was such a cool kind of mentor-y character at the beginning, you know? Our best friend and all that. And then he knocks out second case. And it kind of felt like how Mia just kind of passed away too. And oops, spoilers. But yeah, how Mia just kind of also passed away at second case, right? It's like, well, your mentor was very short-lived. Right, but in Mia's case, she can always come back and give advice via spirit channeling, right? But Cosmo can't, because that's not a thing here, right? But But instead, Kazuma comes back in our memory every single case to remind us of our purpose, our goals, yeah. And in the end, oh right, that's also one of the things I wanted to. I liked how, because initially we're kind of basically Kazuma's replacement, right? And this kind of ties into the whole, like, oh, Ryunosuke Naruhodo's resolve, or however the last case was called, right? Where when Kazuma came back, I feel like, yeah, like that must have been kind of awkward for Ryunosuke, because he came here to sort of like replace Kazuma, and now that Kazuma's not dead and in Britain, right, it does beg the question, like, well, why are you here, Ryunosuke, if you're not here to just be Kazuma's standee, beta Kazuma. Kazuma light version, 50% Kazuma. And it kind of has the impression, just like a little bit, that even though they were best friends, I don't think they were childhood friends. They were best friends, at least in university and stuff. It feels like Kazuma has always been kind of the more exemplar student, while Ryunosuke was more average, right? So kind of seeing, I don't know, kind of seeing him like gain confidence in his own abilities, right? It was nice to see. I don't know. Words are hard, thoughts are hard. I liked it, okay? I liked the sort of character progression that Ryunosuke and Kazuma's relationship had. And not just in the creepy BL sense. Oh, I shouldn't say creepy. Not just in, like, the very implied homo romantic sense, but but like, yeah, obviously they were like, oh yeah, you're my best friend, and we made all the jokes that, yeah, best friend. But like, it is a good friendship. If I'm gonna be 100% canon, it's good. It's good. Right? The sort of like friends but also rivals relationship that they kind of established at the end, going against each other in court, that sort of thing. It's good. Yeah. Oh right. And also like the whole thing with Iris and Sherlock, right? Where she kind of just acknowledges him as her dad. It's like, oh, that's like it is so cute, man. Okay, I should really stop talking for long because I think I'm gonna wake up somebody else. So, this is a very incognito goodbye. I will see you next stream. Oh, I wanted to go over special content, but I think I'll scream about it too much. I'll scream about it in another stream. Right. Good night.